How about Jake?
Good morning, Jake Garner. I live in Anchorage, Alaska.
Staff?
Good morning, everybody. Sash Hoffman from Bethel.
Carrie?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Carrie Ann Muller from Palmer, Alaska.
Al?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Al Brett from Fairbanks.
Jim?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jim Batesville from Thorn Bay, Alaska.
And as I said before, I'm Jake Fletcher and I'm from Talkeetna. And then at this time, we're going to introduce some department staff. So Commissioner, would you like to go first?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for taking some time out of your summer to attend this special meeting. I'm Doug Vincent, Commissioner of Alaska Department of Fish and Game.
Ryan?
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, members of the public who are here, and everybody listening. My name is Ryan Scott. I'm the Director for the Division of Wildlife Conservation. And behind me, we have a whole slew of folks. First, we have Darren Bruni, the Deputy Director of the division. Natalie Weber, our Regulations Program Specialist. Tim Peltier, our Region 4 Regional Supervisor. Todd, Rinaldi, our Management Coordinator for Region 4. John Landseedles back here somewhere, front row. And then in the back row, we have Manny Estevez, our Assistant Management Coordinator, Chris Brockman, our Intensive Management Coordinator for the division, and Evelyn Wicha, our Assistant AD out in Unit 9.
Thanks. George?
Mr. Chair, member of the board, public. George Pappas, the Division of Subsistence Director, and behind me you have Dr. Amy Witt. She's the Deputy Director for the Subsistence Division. It's great to be here. Good morning, sir.
Good to have you. Kendra?
Good morning, Kendra Holman with Office of Subsistence Management, and I also have Brian Ublicker with me today out in the audience. Thank you.
It's nice seeing you. Kimberly?
Good morning, thank you, Mr. Chair. Kimberly Delfrade, I'm an Assistant Attorney General with the Department of Law.
Captain Johnson?
Good morning, everyone. Captain Brent Johnson with the Alaska Wildlife Troopers.
Thanks. And Christy?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. My name is Christy Tibbles, and I'm the board's executive director based out of Juneau, and I just want to introduce the board support team who's here to help folks in the room. We have Savannah Hollingworth from Bethel, Sam Kirby, she's based out of Anchorage, and then Art Nelson, also from Anchorage. Thank you.
Thanks. And, I really want to also, notice all the people out in the public that have come here to express their viewpoints. We really, really appreciate that. We're looking forward to hearing from you during the public comment period. And at this time, I have some stuff I'm going to read into the record, so I ask you to bear with me here. The purpose of this special board meeting is for the Board of Game to consider proposal from the Department of Fish and Game concerning intense management of the Mulchatna Caribou herd, specifically to add brown bear and black bears in addition to wolves for predator control plan. This special meeting was requested by the Commissioner of the Department of Fish and Game and under the authority of Alaska Statute 1605310. In accordance with the Administrative Procedures Act, the board staff published a legal notice for this meeting in a statewide newspaper and distributed it to local fish and game advisory committees and many other interested organizations and individuals. Public comments were solicited and the board members received copies of all written public comments, which will continue to review comments that they are submitted during the meeting by the comment deadline. Copies of the agenda can be found at the table in the back of the room, along with other board workbooks, department reports, and comments by the public and advisory committees. These copies are provided for the public viewing, and we ask that you do not remove them so that they will be available to others. Board materials, including those being submitted during the meeting, are also available on the Board of Game meeting information website. Since this is a special meeting, only 2 days in duration, I want to go over the agenda. The meeting will start with oral hearing following our ethics disclosure statements, which will start here shortly. We expect oral hearing to go through most of the day, but if it doesn't conclude today, it will continue taking testimony through 11 a.m. tomorrow to hear from those who signed up by the cutoff time, which is noon today. The Department of Fish and Game reports will be provided tomorrow following the conclusion of the oral hearing. There will be 3 reports from the department, all of which are listed in the agenda, and provided at the back of the room in the binder labeled RC3. They are also posted on the Board of Game meeting sites. After the reports, we'll deliberate on the proposal. Any questions from board members? No questions. With that, we're going to start with our ethics disclosures. At this time, we'll have board members provide ethics disclosure statements. As a member of this board, we are required statutorily to disclose our income and other possible interests of conflict. At this time, I guess we're going to start. Jim, do you want to go first?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Chairman Clifford, board members, staff, and public. My name is Jim Bechtel. I live in Thorn Bay, Alaska on Prince of Wales with my wife, Karen Peterson. We have no children. I'm retired from the Forest Service, working as a geologist for 39 years, 32 of those in Southeast Alaska. We receive income from my Forest Service retirement, my Social Security, Karen's State of Alaska retirement, Karen's Social Security, and our investments. I receive a stipend as a member of the Board of Game. Karen is employed part-time by Southeast Conference as their biomass coordinator. I own and operate Black Powder Consulting, a geologic consulting business. We currently have 2 contracts. In the past, I've worked for the U.S. Forest Service under the ACES program, assisting with geologic karst and cave resource mapping and evaluations. I currently don't have anything going with the Forest Service. I currently work under contract for the Mule Deer Foundation and the Blacktail Deer Foundation as Alaska Regional Coordinator, focusing on habitat restoration opportunities for sickle blacktail deer. I volunteer for the State of Alaska Department of Fish and Game to assist in maintaining and collecting samples from pair boards associated with wolf research in Unit 2. Neither I, my wife, or family members have any interest in a business or fish and wildlife organization that may be affected by the proposals. Neither I, my wife, or family members are involved in any lawsuits against the State of Alaska or Department of Fish and Game. I'm a member of the Mule Deer Foundation, Blacktail Deer Foundation, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Safari Club, and Alaska Outdoor Council. I have no policy-making authority in these. I have no personal or financial interest in any of the proposals before the board at this meeting. I certify that my disclosure statement is true, correct, and complete.
Thank you for that. The chair finds you can participate fully in this meeting. Al, you want to go next?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Game, staff, and the public. My name is Al Barrett. I live in Fairbanks. I'm currently employed at Interior Fish Crosser Santa Smokehouse. My employer is Virgil Umpenauer. He's a longstanding member of the Fairbanks Advisory Committee and participates in the Board of Game process. He has no proposals in this meeting. I receive a monthly disability check from VA for service-connected injuries. I also supplement my income from the sale of my furs on my trap line. In efforts in 20B, I also receive an income when employed as a Class A big game guide in Unit 20, but I haven't done it for the last 4 or 5 years because of low sheep numbers. I and my wife receive the PFD. I also receive a stipend for being a Board of Game member. My lovely wife, Linda Bashke, is employed at the University of Alaska statewide as a project manager. I have 3 adult children and 2 grandsons. My son is a sport fish guide and a subsistence trapper. My oldest daughter is a school administrator. My youngest daughter is a mail carrier and a new mom. I'm a life member of the ATA, the NRA, the Tanana Valley Sportsmen's Association. I receive no compensation from these organizations, nor am I on any of their boards involved in their decision-making or proposals that may be before the board. Also a member of the Alaska Outdoor Council, the Alaska Falconers Association. Again, I'm not on the board or a board voting member that is involved in making decisions. My wife is an Alaskan General Falconer and is a voting member of the Alaska Falconers Association. I am not named or involved in any lawsuits that are related to the Board of Game. I have read all the proposals before us and have no conflict with any of these for this meeting. Mr. Chairman, I certify that my statements are all true and complete to the best of my knowledge today.
Thank you for that, Member Brett. The chair finds you can participate fully in this meeting. Carrie Ann, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And everyone, welcome. Thank you for attending today. My name is Carrie Ann Muller. I am currently employed with Altria Group Distribution Company as a sales and marketing manager. This is my primary source of income. I volunteer and host an annual fishing trip on behalf of Women's Fly Fishing. Any expenses associated with this trip are provided by the sponsor. I hold a business license for my sales and marketing consulting firm, Extreme Alaska, and at this time, the business is not active and does not provide any income. My husband, Andrew, has retired from BP, British Petroleum, and is currently employed by GCI as a project manager. GCI provides his primary source of income. He is not drawing on his BP retirement benefit at this time. We hold various investments and retirements accounts. None of these investments are associated with or directly impacted by actions of this board. We also have income from our annual Alaska PFDs and a stipend from the Board of Game. We own approximately 76 acres of agricultural land in Washington County, Ohio. My husband's son is farming that property as part of a larger agricultural operation, but we do not receive any income for the use of the property. My husband has 2 children prior to our marriage, Madison and Andrew II. Madison is married to Alex Flesher, and they have 2 children, Aiden and Adeline. Madison is employed as a school nurse and a casual nurse at the Marietta Hospital. Alex, her husband, is employed by the Department of Public Debt. Andrew II is employed as a maintenance craftsman in a local factory and is part of a maternal family operation. Both children and their families live in Southeast Ohio. My past employment endeavors include sales and marketing for Alaska Magazine, Alaska Milepost, Cabela's, Pen Air, Grant Aviation, Airframes Alaska, and Northern Hospitality Group. I have been a past board of director for the Iron Dog Snow Machine Race, Alaska Bow Hunters Association, and Safari Club International Alaska Chapter. In addition, I have held memberships with the Alaska Trappers Association, Resident Hunters of Alaska, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Ducks Unlimited, Kenai River Sport Fishing, Women in Aviation, the Alaska Outdoor Heritage Foundation, Wild Sheep Foundation, and Alaska Outdoor Council. My past volunteer efforts includes the Professional Hunters Association and the Waterfowl Association and the Iditarod Sled Dog Race. I have not voted on any of the proposals with the Board of Game or have had input on any public comments by the organizations referenced. I am not part of any other lawsuit than those against the Board of Game, and I am not aware of me or my family having any conflicts with the issues before us during this meeting. The information included in this disclosure is true, correct, and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Hey, thank you very much for that, Member Mueller. And thanks for that thorough disclosure, and welcome to the board. And the chairman finds that you can participate fully in this meeting.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. For the record, my name is Stanley L. Hoffman Jr. Most know me by my nickname Stosh. Currently, I reside in Bethel, where I've lived for the last 30 years. Prior to living in Bethel, I've lived in Anchorage for a few years, and prior to Anchorage, I was in McGrath for a little over 20 years. My family and I reside in Bethel, where we enjoy, where subsistence is very important to our lifestyle and well-being. My primary source of income currently is with AVCP, Association of Village Council Presidents. Association of Village Council Presidents, which is, we call it AVCP, Housing Authority, where I am a Chief Operations Officer. And other sources of income are generated from some small businesses I run and own and operate in Bethel, SNA Rentals and Tundra Fencing, which I run with my sons. None of which have any financial ties to board game issues that will be discussed at this meeting today. I'm also a retired assistant guide. All my activities took place in Unit 19B Bravo. I'm also a retired satellite dish retailer installer. I did that for 20 years. I currently hold a limited entry commercial fishery license for the Kuskokwim Bay area. This hasn't been active since 2007, but someday I hope to be fishing again as a commercial fisherman. My wife's primary source of income is she's president CEO for Bethel Native Corporation. My wife also serves as the co-chair for the Alaska Federation of Natives. I have two sons. My oldest son is employed in Bethel, is at the Housing Authority as chief information officer. My second son recently graduated from the University of Alaska Fairbanks. Is currently employed as with Kuskokwim River International Fish Commission, and has just recently took a job with the local tribe in Bethel as a natural resources director. I'm also serve as a director for the Yukon Kuskokwim Health Corporation. I've been doing that since 2021, and a member of the Aircraft Owners Association. All four of my family members and myself received the annual State of Alaska PFD. I receive honorarium from State Board of Game meetings that I attend, and I'm a member of Bethel Native Corporation. Pardon me, I got my notes on my phone here and I can't read them. I'm a member of Bethel Native Corporation, which is our village corp, Solicitor Native Corporation, which is our regional, and ONC, which is our nonprofit tribe in Bethel. To my knowledge, I'm not involved in any lawsuits affiliated to any of the proposals to be discussed today. Mr. Chairman, to my knowledge, the statement is true, correct, and complete.
Vice Chair Hoffman, thank you for that. The chair finds that you can participate fully in this meeting. Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, and the public. For the record, my name is Jake Garner. I'm an Alaska native from the village of Uzinki, but currently reside in Anchorage, Alaska. I'm a shareholding member of both the Afognak Native Corporation and the Uzinki Native Corporation. My primary source of income is from my current employment as the president of Uzinki Native Corporation. I'm also a small business owner, operator of the Kenai Airport Hotel in Kenai, Alaska. Prior to my career as president of Uzinki Native Corporation, I was the vice president of the Afognak Native Corporation's construction division. I also previously owned and operated a sports fishing charter business. I also volunteer my time to a 501c3 nonprofit called Spruce Island Development Corporation. I do retain a 100-ton Marine Captain's License and a State of Alaska Assistant Guide certification, but I have not been active in this field since 2019. My family and I all receive the annual State of Alaska Permanent Fund dividend. None of my family members have any business or organization relating to fish or wildlife resources. I also received an honorarium from the state of Alaska for these Board of Game meetings. Neither of my sources of income have any financial ties to any of the Board of Game issues that we'll be discussing at this meeting. To my knowledge, I am not involved in any lawsuits affiliated with any proposals to be discussed at this meeting. Mr. Chairman, to my knowledge, this statement is true, correct, and complete.
Thank you for that. The chair finds you can participate fully in the meeting. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, and members of the public, both here and online. My name is David Loring. I live in Fairbanks, Alaska. I'm married to Teresa and I have 5 adult children. I'm employed by Ryder Service in Fairbanks as a commercial pilot, although I haven't flown actively in about a year now. I possess an airline transport pilot certificate. Both myself and my wife receive a pension from the state of Alaska as retired state employees. We both receive the Alaska Permanent Fund, and we both receive Social Security, and I receive a stipend from the state of Alaska while the Board of Game is in session. Myself, my spouse, and family members have no personal or financial interest in any business or organizations relating to fish and wildlife resources. My 2 sons are employed by the Alaska Department of Public Safety as wildlife troopers, one in Soledad and one in St. Mary's, but are not in any policy-making positions. I have no personal or financial interest in any proposals that are before the board at this meeting. Myself and my immediate family are not involved in any lawsuits against the state of Alaska, except those lawsuits that have been filed against the Board of Game, of which I'm a member. I'm a member of the Alaska Falconers Association and the North American Falconers Association, but I'm not in any policy-making position. I'm on the board of directors for the Team Alaska Arctic Winter Games. My ethics disclosure is true, accurate, and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you for that, Member Loring. The chair finds that you can participate fully in the meeting. At this time, I'm gonna hand over the chair to Vice Chair Hoffman. Now he's the chair, Chairman Hoffman, for my ethics disclosure.
Yeah, Member Fletcher, can you please give your ethics statement?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Jake Fletcher. My family and I live in Talkeetna. Our family enjoys hunting, fishing, cross-country skiing, and mushing, just to name a few. My primary sources of income are as follows. I own and operate a small guiding operation that conducts hunts on Kodiak Island in Unit 8, also in the Kenai Peninsula in Unit 15. I possess a Coast Guard master's license and operate jet boats for Mahays Jet Boat Adventures. Most of the time, this time of year, when I got a microphone in front of me, I'm saying, hey, welcome aboard the Talkeetna Queen, everybody. We're going to be under power for 2 hours this morning. Sit back. I work for AK Sled Dog Tours periodically during the year. I also work for Dallas CV Inc. My wife manages a local Talkeetna business, AK Sled Dog Tours. This company conducts a year-round tourist operation in Talkeetna. And in the summer months, they operate on a glacier in the Chugach Mountains, as well as in Seward, and as well as in Colorado. My family and I receive PFDs. I receive an honorarium from the Board of Game. My wife and I have volunteered for the Iditarod. I also broke trail for the race for a number of years. I'm still occasionally asked to complete a task for the race from time to time, and these tasks are sometimes compensated monetarily. We own Talkeetna Snow Machine outings. We own a rental property and a rental farm in central Wisconsin. We own a tract of agricultural land in Talkeetna that we lease, in addition to another rental property. I'm a registered guide and a member of the APHA. I'm a member of Ducks Unlimited. I'm a member of the Alaska Trappers Association. I contribute money to the Kodiak Brown Bear Trust. I'm a member of the NRA. I'm not involved directly in any lawsuits other than those against the Board of Game. And I stated above, I belong to several organizations in a member capacity only. Any lawsuits that those organizations are involved in do not pertain to any topics that we'll be discussing to the best of my knowledge. And I certify these statements are true and correct and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Yeah, thank you, Jake. The chair finds that you can participate with no conflict.
Thank you for that. And then at this time, I think we have some comments from the Department of Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I'd like to remind the board about some general concepts relevant to this meeting. Regarding record making, it is very important that the board members carefully explain and clearly summarize on the record the reasons for their actions and the grounds upon which their actions are based. The Alaska Supreme Court has stressed the importance of a clear record to facilitate the courts in determining that the board actions are within the authority and are reasonable. A clear record also assists the public in understanding the board's rationale. If board members summarize the reasons for their actions before they vote, it will help establish the necessary record. In considering the proposal and the specific requirements that apply in some cases, such as with intensive management, it is important that the board thoroughly discuss and summarize on the record the basis and reasons for its actions. Consistency with past approaches is another important point for discussion. If a particular action does not appear to be consistent, board members should discuss the reasons for a different approach. The Alaska Administrative Procedure Act requires that state agencies, including the Board of Game, when considering the factual, substantive, and other relevant matters, pay special attention to the costs of private persons of the proposed regulatory action. This requirement to pay special attention to costs means at a minimum that the board should address any information presented about costs, or explicitly state that no such information was presented during the deliberation on any proposal likely to be adopted. With regards to intensive management, under Alaska Statute 16.05.255 E, F, and G, the board should assure itself that the steps outlined below have been followed when acting on proposals dealing with ungulate populations. First, determine whether the ungulate population is important for high levels of human consumptive use. The board has already made many of these determinations in regulation. However, these past findings do not preclude new findings, especially if there is new information presented. Second, is the ungulate population depleted, or will the board be significantly reducing the taking, or has the board significantly reduced the taking? The board must determine whether depletion or reduction of productivity or board action is likely to cause a significant reduction in the harvest. If so, is intensive management appropriate? Some considerations. If the population is depleted, has the board found that consumptive use of the population is a preferred use? Note that the legislature has already found providing for high levels of human consumption in accordance with sustained yield principle is the highest and best use of identified big game populations in most areas of the state. In the rare case where consumptive use is not a preferred use, then the board need not adopt intensive management regulations. If consumptive uses are preferred and the population is depleted or reduced in productivity so that the result may be or has been a significant reduction in harvest, the board must consider whether enhancement of abundance or productivity is feasibly achievable using recognized and prudent active management techniques. At this point, the board will need information from the Department of Fish and Game about available recognized management techniques, including its feasibility. If enhancement is feasibly achievable, then the board must adopt intensive management regulations. If the board will be significantly reducing or has significantly reduced the taking of the ungulate population, then it must adopt or schedule for adoption at a future meeting regulations that provide for intensive management unless intensive management would be ineffective based on scientific information, inappropriate due to land ownership patterns, or against the best interest of subsistence users. Finally, when considering an intensive management proposal, it is important to remember the principle of sustained yield. Sustained yield means the achievement and maintenance in perpetuity of the ability to support a high level of human use of game, subject to preferences amongst beneficial uses on an annual or periodic basis. The law allows the management of wildlife resources to include a selection between predator and prey populations, but the Alaska Supreme Court has held that the sustained yield principle applies to both predator and prey. So while you can manage predators to benefit the prey species, you must also consider whether such predator management can be done in a way that satisfies sustained yield for both predators as well as prey. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for that. Do we have any questions from board members at this time? No questions from board members. I'm going to read some more things onto the record here. Before we start oral hearings, I would like to announce that anyone that would like to submit written comments to the board can do so by giving them to the board staff at the end of the table, right up there, by 5:30 p.m. today, July 14th. Comments can also be uploaded online from the board meeting website available at boardofgame.adfng.alaska.gov or via fax at 907-746-6305. Public comments are limited to 10 single-sided pages in length from any individual or group during the meeting. This policy of the board was adopted to ensure that all public comments can be properly reviewed by board members during the meeting prior to taking action. Anyone listening online that needing assistance with submitting comments can contact the Department of Fish and Game Board Support Section at 907-465-4046. All comments received at the board meeting will be assigned a record copy known as a RC number. The original of all written material submitted will be retained for permanent record of the board. With no exception, all materials which are submitted to the board for consideration must be presented to board staff for distribution. Please do not give documents to individual board members whenever we're on a break. We'd love for you to submit them so they can go the proper channel there. Record copies received by the deadline will be distributed to the board and posted on the board's website during the meeting breaks today and through tomorrow morning. This practice ensures regular distribution of all written comments to board members as well as proper retention for board records. Process questions. In order to be sure the public is fully informed of the board process, all process questions and the public may have during the course of the meeting can be directed to the board's executive director, the board's vice chair, or myself. We hope this board practice outlined here will maximize public participation in the board process, and the board believes that an informed and engaged public is essential to successful development and implement wildlife use and conservation strategies. At this time, we are ready to begin taking public testimony. We appreciate the interest and concern for everyone who will testify during the public hearing, as well as those who who took the time beforehand to submit written materials. Anyone wishing to testify who has not already signed up through the registration process must fill out a blue card and hand it to board staff at the end of the table to my right up here. Be sure that the blue card is legible, completely filled out. Please indicate if you're officially speaking for an organization, an advisory committee, or a regional advisory council. The deadline to turn in a blue testimony card is today at noon. Board support staff are working to prepare a testimony list, which will be posted around the room shortly, if it isn't already. The list will be updated as more cards come in. Testimony is expected to continue through 3 p.m. today and may continue afterwards or tomorrow morning through 11 a.m. to accommodate those present and who signed up before noon today, but did not have the opportunity to comment. Please don't ask board staff or board members to take you out of order. Everyone wanting to testify has unique travel needs and would be difficult to assign priority to one person or another. However, if someone has extenuating travel needs, we'll try to accommodate that. It's not always possible, but we definitely will try. The testimony process. When your name is called, please come forward to the microphone at the table, state your name for the record, and whether you're representing yourself or a group. If you have previously submitted written comments to the board, you may first identify those materials by this record copy number, the public comment number, or AC committee number. This will give board members the opportunity to get the paperwork before your time starts. During this meeting, we are only considering a single proposal, so such individuals and organizations will have 3 minutes to testify. Advisory committees and regional advisory representatives will have 10 minutes. When you begin your testimony, a green light in front of you will come on. When you have 1 minute left, a yellow light will come on, and then when your time is up, you'll hear a beeping sound, and you should stop speaking. Please stay seated in case board members have questions for you. These questions often assist you finishing any remaining relevant testimony. The time limit of your testimony does not include questions the board members may have for you. Please confine your oral testimony to the topic under consideration, concise and direct as a manner as possible. Please be aware that when you testify, you may not ask questions to board members and department staff. This is your chance to make comments before the board. If board members and/or department staff need clarification, they'll ask you questions. A person using inappropriate, derogatory, or threatening language to any individual board or agency staff member will not be allowed to continue speaking. If your name is called to testify and you are not present, we'll do a second call. The second calls often happen after the lunch break or first thing tomorrow morning. If you miss your first call in the morning, you'll get your second call in the afternoon right after the lunch break before any of the other first calls. If you get your first call in the afternoon and are not present, you will get your second call either in the evening after the dinner break if the board meets in the evening or the first thing the next morning. If you miss both your first and second calls, you will not be able to testify at this meeting. The sanctuary. Before we call our first testifier, we ask the public and any press to respect the board sanctuary where the board members and staff are seated during the meeting. Please do not enter the space beyond the yellow and black line that's like you see on the floor. During breaks and before and after a meeting, board members will make themselves available in the public areas in the public meeting space. Before we begin, please turn the volume of your cell phones off, and if you have trouble hearing the discussion, there are hearing devices available from the board staff. Lastly, the Alaska Board of Game Department of Fish and Game is united in fostering a respectful workplace where safety and well-being are paramount. We are committed to ensure our workplace is free from negative, aggressive, and inappropriate behaviors. Harassment of any nature is unacceptable and will not be tolerated. We appreciate everyone's assistance in joining us on this important effort to create a professional and productive meeting environment. With that, I think we're ready to call our first testifier, but maybe we'll go on a short break. We'll come back in 10 minutes.
Okay. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of reading.
Fish plant,
Oh, yeah.
going on, I can't hear nothing.
morning. My name's Wayne Hall. I live in Anchorage, 47-year resident of Alaska. I'm going to address 4 different issues this morning quickly. Excuse me. First is sustainability. With no survey data and only anecdotal commentary, Fish and Game says brown bear sustainability is no problem because the bears killed from helicopters are replaced by bears coming in from surrounding refugia and sanctuary populations outside the removal area. They don't want to name these areas, but they include Lake, Lake Clark, Togiak, Katmai, and McNeil River, among others. What about the sustainability of the bear populations in those surrounding areas, some of which are already open to resident and non-resident bear hunting? Fish and Game has absolutely no scientifically based idea. Impacts on other users. Fish and Game says that the helicopter bear killing would have little impact on bear viewing. There's a way to prove that. Fish and Game can provide photos of the bears killed so they may be identified by bear viewing experts. But no, that's fantasy. Fish and Game is absolutely petrified that any such visual evidence will not only prove them wrong, but also reveal the true nature of this slaughter. On that note, I can only imagine the absolute terror of an adult brown bear and its cubs being chased and harassed into exhaustion by low-flying helicopters and then blasted one by one. And I also wonder what kind of person does it take to tolerate doing that again and again and again, hundreds of times. Costs. The costs presented by Fish and Game are a farce. There's no way for the public to verify their figures, but we know they do not include any personal services costs for biologist shooters to administrative staff involved in the killing. They do not include substantial legal costs the state has incurred to defend what the court decided was unconstitutional. They do not include legal costs to reimburse the prevailing plaintiffs' legal fees. And they do not include the cost of this meeting, which has been designed solely to try and avoid the legal restraints imposed by the courts. On the alleged IM mandate, Fish and Game and the board say they're compelled by law to implement this killing. Their hands are tied. Apparently then, no matter the testimony, the people have no say in this matter of public wildlife resources, which to me is clearly unconstitutional. The board is authorized to adopt or reject proposals relevant to wildlife management, even though the Board of Game has not rejected a Fish and Game proposal in decades. Proposal 1 can and should be rejected. But even if adopted, as it will surely be, doesn't the governor have the ultimate authority to veto regulations the same way he has vetoed bills passed by the legislature? No one's hand is being forced by the IM statute. You are all still responsible for your actions. Thank you.
Mr. Hall, thank you very much for that testimony. Do we have questions from board members? No questions from board members. Thank you very much for that testimony. And I'd like to call Pat Walsh up.
Need to push the button.
No, I think it's on. I think that red one's on. If you don't mind, state your name for the record.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my name's Pat Walsh, and I'm representing myself. I'm recently retired from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, where I worked at Togiak National Wildlife Refuge for 23 years. There I conducted research and management on caribou, wolves, and bears. I oppose Proposal 1. I find that this proposed change reiterates findings that have been demonstrated by ADFG to be incorrect in wolf control and repeats the same findings in the context of bear control. My written comments are Papa Charlie 1439, and they provide more detail than what I'm going to be able to tell you here. The Mulchatna Caribou herd numbered around 20,000 when it was first studied in the 1970s, but then it went through a population eruption, which is a rapid increase followed by an equally rapid decrease. Population eruptions are known to occur in caribou and other species, and they're almost always driven by habitat conditions. In the Mulchatna case, the population increased to around 200,000 by the 1990s, overgrazed the range, then crashed to around 20,000 about 10 years later. A population objective of 30 to 80,000 was established around the end of the population eruption. Since then, the population has been far below the objective, and in response, the Board of Game instituted wolf control 14 years ago, and it's remained in effect since. The caribou population did not increase, numbering a little over 20,000 until 2016, but then after that dropping to 12 to 15,000 where it is now. It was around this time that brucellosis was detected. Brucellosis is a disease that affects animal fitness and reproductive performance and is an additional limit to population growth beyond that of the habitat limitations. The Board of Game ended human harvest in 2021, but this has not caused the population to increase. So wolf control has accomplished nothing in achieving the population objectives, neither has eliminating human harvest. The department's current proposal to resume bear control is a continuation of the fundamental error here, which is the failure to recognize that the population objectives are unrealistic. Revising the population objectives to fit the current ecological conditions can allow a resumption of human harvest and no need for predator control. I think that's all the time I have.
Questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank Mr. Walsh. I have a question about being part of the Togiak National Wildlife Refuge and a researcher there. Did the refuge or did you participate in any type of bear tagging or either radio collaring that looked at bear movements and what their normal ranges are in your area?
Yes.
And if you can briefly tell me if you have an idea what kind of maybe seasonal annual movements those bears.
You know, I'd have to look at the numbers. I'm not going to say a number right now because I'll get it wrong.
Just maybe some guesses or even if you don't know, that's fine.
They have, well, I'm going to make a guess, around 300 square kilometers is a common bear range there. And I'm going to go home and look this up and then figure, maybe I gave you the wrong number. About a third the size of a wolf home range. And there are some seasonal movements in some, and others don't show the same seasonal movements.
Okay. And was this through like GPS or radio tracking or?
It was done with conventional collars about 20 years ago. So it would be better to redo that with more modern technology.
Okay. So 30 kilometers, does that be similar to what, like 3 by 8 miles or 4 by 4 miles, something like that?
No, it's bigger than that. It's 300.
300 kilometers, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that, thank you.
Okay.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Pat, for your testimony. Appreciate you taking the time to come to this meeting. In your testimony, you made some references to the population objective, and doesn't sound like you agree with the current numbers. What do you think they should be?
Well, thanks for asking that. When I submitted my written comments in the last meeting, I submitted recommended objectives. There's a number of ways to go about devising population objectives. The best way to do it is based on habitat conditions. But there's been no habitat assessment done for the Mulchatna Caribou herd, and I strongly suggest that being done now. It can be, the objectives can be established before that's done, but that should start simultaneous. In the case of not having any better habitat information, the next best thing is to look at nearby areas where there is habitat information. The Togiak Refuge does have habitat information on the Nushagak Peninsula caribou herd, which has shown a remarkably similar population history to the Mulchatna Caribou herd. It went through the same kind of population eruption and then decline. And in terms of overall habitat use, it's been almost the same in terms of grazing pressure per unit area. So that could be used as a model to help establish population objectives for the Mulchatna herd. The third way of doing it, which is probably the most straightforward, is to look at the population size prior to the population eruption. That was when the population was around 20,000, and use that as a basis for population objectives. So if your goal was 20,000, then you'd want to put lower and upper limits below and above that. So perhaps 10,000 to 30,000 caribou for the current objectives. Those numbers need to be revised as things change though, because the population's not going to stay the same that it is now. It's going to change 10 years from now, and these objectives need to change them rather than try to force them through something that's not causing the population to be what it is anyway.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. I'm curious, as your tenure with being a wildlife researcher for Togiak, have you seen an increase in the bear population or a decrease in the population as you were managing that area?
We only made one population assessment on brown bears in the time that I was there, and that was done in 2003 and 2004. We estimated 40 plus or minus 10 bears per 1,000 square kilometers. That number, well, we don't know whether that number's changed or not. It probably has, but we don't know that. But the number of bears is really not the most operative information that this board needs in order to determine the effect of bears on caribou. I can give you an example from a wolf study that we did that illustrates this same thing. When the population was crashing in the Nushagak Peninsula caribou herd, there was a call for wolf control. We conducted a wolf study at that time, and when I say we, it was the Fish and Wildlife Service plus the Alaska Department of Fish and Game that did a radio tracking study to determine the number of wolves and the amount of wolf predation on that caribou herd. We expected it was gonna demonstrate very little, but during the course of this 4-year study, wolf predation went steadily up. It was completely unexpected to us to see wolf predation go up. But during that same time, the caribou population went straight up. And when you look at these correlative types of relationships, one is the driver, one is the driven. And so was it increasing wolf predation that caused the caribou to increase? Well, that makes no sense. But was it increasing caribou abundance that caused a response in wolf predation? Well, that makes complete sense. And that being the case, the habitat drives the caribou and the caribou drive the wolves. The wolves are not driving the caribou. So the fact that wolf numbers had gone up is no reason to think that wolf control there was warranted. So the same situation is true with bears themselves. Just knowing the number of bears or the change in the number of bears is not really the most useful information you should ask for.
Pat, thanks so much for that testimony. I have a question to follow up on Member Loring's question. The majority of the collars that you put in the field, were they on brown bear and not on black bear, or how were they split up?
All on brown bears.
All on brown bear?
There are very few black bears in that country.
Good. And then another thing I'd encourage you to do if, while you're sitting back there, if, you do get your hands on that hard data that Member Loring was asking about, to submit it through the RC process here so we can get it from us.
I'll make a point of doing that.
Cool, we appreciate it. Any other questions from board members? Oh, Carrie Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, Member Mueller.
No problem, thank you. Mr. Walsh, yes, thank you for your testimony. I wanted to just ask a question. Your proposal for the population objective to be adjusted, what would you suggest that the subsistence numbers be based on a new number for the herd?
Well, I don't have a number for that, but I strongly suggest this board look at those subsistence numbers. To my knowledge, they were established at a point in time when there were almost no moose in that country and a lot of caribou. And so now there's a lot of moose in that country and few caribou. So maintaining the number from the conditions that occurred then seems to be a mistake to me, and those ought to be revised as well.
Thanks for that. If no other questions, good testimony, really appreciate it. Thanks for traveling this way. And we're gonna call Bill Sherwanet. I think the microphone's still on there too.
Okay. Mr. Chair, members of the board, for the record, my name is Bill Sherwan. I appreciate this opportunity. I'm a nature writer, journalist, naturalist, and wildlife advocate who has followed and written about Alaska's wildlife politics since the mid-1980s. I think it's important to preface my comments with the observation that many of us who will come before you today in opposition to the proposed regulation, and to make it clear, I'm opposed, have grown weary and cynical of what we believe is a rigged system. Yet we continue to attend Board of Game meetings, in many cases to testify as a way of speaking on behalf of the bears and wolves that the state is so determined to kill to benefit human hunters, a large majority of them urban so-called sport hunters. We're also here to bear witness and oppose what I believe is a corrupt and often cruel system of wildlife management or mismanagement, and which has, in my observation, become ever more extreme in its practices over the past 2 decades or so. You already have my written comments, which make clear my opposition, and I believe that it's PC 1244. So rather than repeat that era, I would like to bring your attention to 2 recent published pieces. The first is a commentary published in the Anchorage Daily News only days ago, headlined Alaska's War on Grizzly Bears. It was co-authored by 4 wildlife scientists who once worked for the Department of Fish and Game in the Division of Wildlife Conservation, and each has achieved considerable acclaim within their field of work with bears. Sterling Miller, John Shane, Chuck Schwartz, and Jim Farrow. I'm sure many of you recognize those names. The 4 former fish and game biologists make a damning case against the state's mismanagement of grizzly bears, which they emphasize constitutes within nothing less than a war on grizzlies. And the Mulchatna IM program has become another effort in that deadly and widespread campaign. The second article is a peer-reviewed piece that appeared in the Wildlife Society of the Journal of Wildlife Management, an invited article by Mark Boyce and Andrew DeRocher titled Bears in North America, Habitats, Hunting, and Politics. It was accepted for publication in May 2025. Again, some of you, if not all of you, may be aware of this. If you aren't, you should be. In a discussion of grizzly bears, there's a section on Alaska, and appropriately it's titled, What Science? And I'll quote from this.
Yeah, go ahead and wrap up your thoughts.
Okay, I'll just give you this quote. So this is from the article. To date, the ADFG has failed to produce evidence that their control of both grizzly bears and black bears has been successful at increasing local prey abundance. They have failed to implement the active adaptive management necessary to demonstrate the efficacy of their intense management. The extent and intensity of predator control have been substantial. In an attempt to recover the Mulchatna Caribou herd, ADFG killed 94 grizzly bears in 2023, another 97 in 2024, and 11 more in 2025. Not sure 97 is correct, but I would add, despite a lack of data indicating that grizzly bears have contributed to the decline of the caribou herd. Skipping to the end of this analysis, it notes, quote, such extreme predator control is unacceptable to the public, especially when there is no evidence of its efficacy, and the lack of science flies in the face of the NAM, meaning North American Model of Wildlife Conservation.
Thanks for that testimony. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill, thanks for your testimony. I have a question. You talked about 4 articles that were recently published, and I've seen a couple of them, but I did not see the one that was peer reviewed that you talked about. Would it be possible if you can present those to us through an RC, so I have a chance to read those and get caught up on the latest information?
Okay, I'm probably not the best person to do that, but I'm guessing that other people who are going to speak before you, I'll see what I can find out. I have an online.
Either yourself or maybe somebody else can put those to the board support so we can all look at those.
Okay.
I just haven't seen the last one you mentioned.
Yeah, it's online, so I'll see if I can find a link, or I'll talk to someone here who almost
That'd be
certainly
great.
has a link.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for that testimony.
Thank you for listening.
And I'd like to call Rod Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the Board of Game members for their willingness to volunteer and participate in probably the best public process of game management in the world. My name's Rod Arno. I live in Palmer, lived on the same hill for the last 53 years. I guided in the Mulchatna area for caribou in the early 80s up to the end of the 90s, and I've got a pretty good idea of what happens on the ground. The Alaska Outdoor Council has been totally supportive of predator-prey management to increase the amount of prey that's available for Alaskans as not only a food source, but an economic use of a renewable resource as far as the concerns about sports hunting. I mean, this is a renewable resource that's been one of the oldest industries in Alaska since long before statehood. Alaskans were providing opportunity for folks to come hunt in this beautiful state with a lot of intact habitat. And the Outdoor Council is a conservation organization, been around since before statehood, participated in the writing of the Constitution as well as the legislation creating the intensive management law. That won't waste any more of your time and hopefully not much more of mine on this, but we're fully supportive of the department's efforts to gather the science necessary to fulfill the obligation that they have to provide a food source for many Alaskans who make gathering a wild food source part of their lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Do we have questions from board members? Now, Rod, thank you for coming in and testifying. I'd like to call Michelle Sinnott.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Sinnott. I'm an Anchorage resident, experienced wildlife attorney, and I'm testifying today in opposition to the proposal to reinstate the Mulchatna Predator Control Program. The only reason we are here today is because the court struck down the Mulchatna Predator Control Program as illegal. The state's first attempt to circumvent that court order resulted in 3 additional court orders, the most damning of which found that Ryan Scott, director of the Division of Wildlife Conservation, was not credible, and that the state was operating in bad faith. And yet, here we are again, with the Board of Game on the verge of illegally reinstating the Mulchatna Predator Control Program. The court found that the state did not and could not comply with the sustained yield requirements in Article 8, Section 4 of the Alaska Constitution without having, at a minimum, credible scientific evidence of bear populations. Subsequent court orders have reminded the state in forceful terms that compliance with the court's order is mandatory. ADF&G has characterized the need for bear population data as a misunderstanding of what is required by the Alaska Constitution. To be abundantly clear, the court held that adequate relevant population studies were material facts necessary for the state to consider. ADF&G seems to think this issue is still up for debate. It is not. In its rush to reinstate the unconstitutional program, ADF&G has also ignored Administrative Order 358, which imposed a freeze on the promulgation of new regulations by all agencies, including the Board of Game. Once again, ADF&G's desire to proceed with killing bears at all costs is on full display, and it costs a lot. ADF&G spent $964,000 to slaughter 175 bears, which resulted in losing the approximately $227.5 million that these bears could have generated for the state's economy during their lifetime from bear tourism. Instead of wasting resources on yet another meeting to hastily promulgate an unconstitutional regulation authorizing the unrestricted slaughter of bears, ADF&G needs to conduct population studies. Without that information, this proposal will not pass constitutional muster, and the state will have to yet again answer for its bad faith and continued circumvention of court orders. The Mulchatna Predator Control Program is unconstitutional, unscientific, and ineffectual. If the Board of Game wants to reclaim some of its credibility, it should start by rejecting this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. Questions from board members? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for your testimony. In part of your testimony, you mentioned about this $2 million loss. How do you come up with that? And for these bears that were.
Yeah, that number is from, there is a study from the, let me find it, the University of Alaska Fairbanks conducted a study focused on bear tourism in Katmai National Park, McNeil River State Game Sanctuary, and Lake Clark National Park, which are areas surrounding GMU 9B, which is an area within the Mulchatna Predator Control Program. And that study found that bear tourism generates $34.5 million and contributed $10 million in direct wages and benefits to the region, supporting over 680 jobs. The study also estimated that each individual bear is worth approximately $1.3 million over the course of their lifetime. So that study from the University of Fairbanks found that these bears are worth more alive than dead.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that information, Michelle. I was curious, did you potentially also look at the cost of losses of food sources that are, what it costs for the communities and the people that rely on that food source, caribou, what that loss may have impacted also?
The information that I've shared with the board is the amount of money that was spent from like the state resources spent on killing these bears versus the amount of money that these bears could contribute to the state's economy if they were alive. That's the information that I have available, and that's what I shared.
Thank you. Other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
And we're gonna call Megan Dister.
My name is Megan Mason Dister. I'm an Anchorage resident and an Alaska Bar attorney. I'm testifying today to oppose ADFNG's proposal to authorize predator control targeting bears in the Mulchatna Caribou herd predation management area. Earlier this spring, the Alaska Superior Court struck down the original Mulchatna predator control program. The court found the regulations violated due process and the Alaska Constitution's sustained yield provision. This should have ended the matter. Today, ADFNG proposes the same predator control program that the Superior Court struck down. ADFNG has not complied with the court order because it has not collected credible scientific evidence of bear populations. This proposal continues to violate Alaska's sustained yield provision, and the board should reject this proposal. Article 8, Section 4 of the Alaska Constitution mandates that all wildlife be utilized, developed, and maintained on the sustained yield principle. The Alaska Supreme Court has made clear that the board has a constitutional duty to apply sustained yield principles to predator control plans. While the sustained yield principle is subject to preferences among beneficial uses, it still applies both to predators and prey, including bears. The Alaska Supreme Court has determined that setting management objectives and tracking procedures for bear populations are vital parts of meeting sustained yield requirements. Recently, in the 2024 Alaska Supreme Court case, West v. State, the state claimed that it, quote, uses science to meet its constitutional mandates in Article 8, unquote. But this proposal makes it clear that is not the case when it comes to predators. ADFNG has provided no credible scientific evidence of the bear population in this proposal, even though the state has acknowledged it is required under Alaska's sustained yield program. ADFNG cannot claim that it is managing this bear population sustainably if it has no idea about the actual population of bears in this area. The proposed regulation also does not set a numerical reduction level for bears. Rather, it establishes that the bear population objective is to reduce the number of bears in this area to a level that increases caribou calf survival and recruitment. This sets the management objective for bears solely based on the caribou population and not what is sustainable for bears. ADFNG's explicit goal of the program is to remove all bears within this area. A regulation that sets the goal of slaughtering an entire region of bears solely based on caribou population numbers violates the sustained yield provision in the Alaska Constitution. ADFNG has provided no credible scientific evidence about the bear population in this area, and this proposal continues to violate the Alaska Constitution. The board should reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Member Loring.
Megan, thank you for your testimony. Quick question. You've reviewed pretty much all the information, all the data and articles with this. And have you seen any place, either the federal or the state or Canada or any other place that has been able to come up with a method of determining the exact number of bears in any population?
What I know is that the Alaska Superior Court found this predator control program violates the Alaska Constitution because there's no credible scientific evidence. And so this board needs to provide credible scientific evidence to comply with the Alaska Constitution.
Okay, thank you.
Other board members' questions? If not, thank you very much for that testimony. I'd like to call Ashley Donovan.
Good morning. My name is Ashley Donovan. I'm an Anchorage resident and Alaska Bar attorney. I'm testifying today in opposition to ADF&G's proposal to authorize intensive management of bears in the Mulchatna Caribou herd predation management area. I urge the board to reject this proposal because it violates the Alaska Constitution's sustained yield provision. The Alaska Constitution Article 8, Section 4 mandates that all wildlife, including bears, be managed on the sustained yield principle. Recently, the Alaska Superior Court found that this same predator control program did not comply with the Constitution's sustained yield requirement. ADF&G's latest proposal suffers from the same problem. Specifically, the court held that the board lacked baseline information about the bear population in the management area. The court explained that the board needed credible scientific evidence about the bear population in order to meet this constitutional duty. ADF&G still does not have credible scientific evidence regarding the bear population in the management area. First, ADF&G relies on assumptions about the bear population based on two outdated studies, Van Deel and Walsh. Neither study covers the management area, and the older study itself admits that it was unable to accurately estimate bear density. Even if these were relevant studies to rely on, it is unreasonable for the agency to assume that 20-year-old data continues to accurately reflect today's bear population. In 2023, after gunning down over 70 more bears than it estimated it would, ADF&G blamed the discrepancy on these two studies, on extrapolation from these two studies. And the Superior Court has already struck down the original program, which relied on these studies, for lack of adequate baseline information. Continuing to make the same assumptions based on these outdated and unreliable studies is not the credible and scientific evidence that the court said was required. Second, ADF&G points to bear harvest levels, sockeye salmon returns, and anecdotal observations to guesstimate the bear population. Bear harvest rates and salmon returns are unreliable predictors of bear population because there are many factors and variables that contribute to these numbers and their effect on bear population, none of which ADF&G has accurately considered. The Superior Court said that anecdotal evidence was insufficient and that ADF&G needed adequate relevant population studies or any genuine data about bear populations. Bear harvest levels, salmon returns, and anecdotal observations are not genuine scientific population studies. They are circumstantial evidence. The Superior Court has already stated that this type of data is not sufficient. This program does not comply with the Constitution's mandate that predator populations be managed for sustained yield, resulting in the indiscriminate killing of bears without scientific justification. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the board to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate those comments. Thank you. Member Loring.
Ashley, thank you for your testimony, appreciate it. As an attorney, I'm really struggling personally with the credible scientific evidence statements that the court came up with. And do you have a definition of what that means, or did the judge tell you what that meant and who makes those determinations? I don't know. I'm really curious how that works.
Yeah, the court said that ADF&G needed adequate relevant population studies or any genuine data, and it said that anecdotal observations were insufficient. That is what I can tell you is what the court has decided is necessary for the board to comply with the constitutional sustained yield mandate.
Okay, so that's what the credible scientific evidence means to you?
That is my understanding.
Okay, thank you very much, appreciate that.
Are there questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for that testimony. And I'd like to call Dan Dunaway.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Dan Dunaway, born and raised here in Dillingham, been living out in Southwest Alaska since 1978. I'm living in the Dillingham area since 1989. I'm a member of the Nushagak Advisory Committee, and I'm vice chair of the Bristol Bay Federal Subsistence Advisory Council, but I'm speaking strictly for myself here today. I have public comment number 378 and RC 39. My comments, RC 39 is basically just a repeat of what I submitted as RC 187 for your March meeting. I'm in full support of this predator control effort. I know there's struggles for data, difficult to get any sort of bear data. I watched Dick Sellers work very hard trying to get data out of the Chignik area, and one of the better studies I know of. It's just difficult and crazy expensive. But We also gotta pay attention to the subsistence users throughout this area. And in my work I was a retired sport fish biologist, I am retired. I traveled from villages from Bethel to Quinnahock to Antioch to Iliamna to Port Heiden. And starting in the late 90s, I heard more and more complaints about too many bears. And when this first IM effort started, friends of mine from all over, especially Lake Iliamna, saying, why don't we have it in our area? In fact, by the time I retired, I fully expected the local folks to have asked to repeal the trophy bear management area. They just get frustrated with so many bears, and we've had bumper crops of salmon that I believe are feeding the bears. And I do believe you need to pay attention to the local subsistence users. They might not always get cause and effect right, but they know what's going on. They're out there watching. And they also need caribou to eat, especially the Kuskokwim drainage folks. They've been cut off from a lot of their salmon fishing, and they're also cut off from their caribou. So another thing, as far as this value of bear tourism in that part of the area, which I flew over with troopers a number of times, the only tourism out there is to shoot bears. That is so far away, hundreds of miles literally from these other areas. I seriously doubt there's any major effect. I also want to say I heard some guides talking in the Dillingham Airport this spring. One of them says, oh, I hunt kind of near that removal area, but it hasn't really hurt us. Another one says, well, we're a bit farther away. We've seen no effect, but you know, bears wander all over the place, and neither one, I expected to hear them being outraged, and they weren't. And that was, I couldn't get over to talk to them, but that really impressed me a lot. So I also wanted to let you know that the federal RAC is submitting 2 proposals to increase bear harvest for subsistence opportunity, and I'd be happy to submit copies of those 2 proposals as record copies. Thank you.
We love those as record copies. Thanks. Any questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. That was really good. My question is being that you're a AC member and a RAC member and work for the department on the fish side and got to talk to a lot of people, and you made some comments. Is traditional knowledge useful information for scientists, researchers, and the board?
Yes, it is. One of the prime examples is in the Togiak Refuge. When I first showed up in the Dillingham area, the refuge was investigating dolly and char behavior on the refuge, and one of the fisheries biologists at the time said that the way to find their tags in the winter through the ice was just talk to the locals, and they knew exactly where those fish wintered and how to recover them. And like I say, I've encountered situations where the cause and effect situation might be a little off, but the fact whether there's more animals or less animals, and very often they were right. And some of them had just kind of been, well, so you damn scientists, city folk have to come out and prove what we've been trying to tell you for the last 20 years. I've heard that a few times. So I gained a lot of respect for, it's the tricky art to tease it out, but yes, those folks, especially if your meal depends on knowing the country, they are extremely observant.
All right, thank you, and thank you for continuing to volunteer on the RAC and the AC.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thanks. Oh, Vice Chair Hopper.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dan, for your testimony. Appreciate you taking the time to travel to Anchorage to participate in this meeting and give us your views. And the part of your statement that, really kind of resounded with me, just from, and we're neighbors, Bethel's on the other side, but in the last 10 years, the Kuskokwim has been experiencing a extra high red run. We had, the numbers right, 89,000 reds go by Bethel on the 4th of July. And they've been going by pretty steady. And we can't really fish them because we're very low on chums and kings. So the reds pretty much go by untouched because we have to protect those other species. But To me, that this large runs that haven't been in our area for a while, in some of your comments you made in your RC, really makes sense to me that this is creating a large bear population because the food is so much more plentiful. Can you expand on that? And you mentioned it a little earlier in your testimony.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question. Yes, particularly there in the Bristol Bay, and especially the Nushagak River and Wood River Lakes drainages. Those drainages go right up to the divide into the Kuskokwim, and they've had unprecedented year after year record runs. And this won't be the peak year. I think it was like 4 years ago, but nearly all of the top 6-7 runs historically have been in the last 10-15 years. And this is when I heard it this spring when I was working on, I do a fly guiding training for kids, for local kids. And you hear people talk about, yeah, we used to see brown bears with 1 or 2 cubs, and often they can't keep one through the season, something gets it. Now we see bears, mamas with 3 and 4 cubs, and we see them the next spring with all 3 or 4. So yeah, Queechak River's come back really strong. Right now, I haven't checked the numbers today, but I think we're at least a million fish over the minimum escapement goal, or the escapement goal for the Nushagak drainage, and possibly now for the Wood River. We're looking at a huge run. The Queechak River's running strong, Naknek strong, but all of these feed these bears, and the boars don't have to mess with killing cubs. There's fish are jumping everywhere. And yeah, I heard numerous people that live in the area comment about this. If I could insert one other thing, I think that eruption of caribou that happened in the area, when I first got into the area, there was a lot of comments how there'd been a kind of a rabies outbreak in the foxes and wolves in the Nushagak area. And there were guys in a couple villages designated fur taggers. And I know one of them quite well personally who said, I haven't sealed a wolf in 5 years. And I think that could have possibly contributed to the eruption of caribou. So I'll leave it with that.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much for that testimony. Thanks for coming here and giving us your point of view, Dan, and your service to the PC.
Thank you.
And I'd like to call Andy Josephson.
Good morning, board. I'm Andy Josephson. I am a 61-year resident of Alaska effective tomorrow, which is my birthday. I professionally was a teacher in rural Alaska in the mid-Kuskokwim area. Went to law school and became a state prosecutor, mostly in Kotzebue, including prosecuting fish and game offenses. I'm currently a state legislator. I do not speak on behalf of any committee. I don't speak on behalf of the House majority. I don't speak on behalf of anything associated with the legislature, although I have certainly a lot of experience there in Juneau. I oppose proposal number 1. There are many reasons for my opposition. First of all, I think that even though you've published some reports, and in fairness, I need to study those reports, they're going to be inadequate in terms of the data the court has requested. And I encourage you as an officer of the court, I can tell you that although there's some national concern that court orders won't be followed, we don't do that in Alaska. So in Alaska, when there's a court order, you can certainly appeal that order, but you have to sort of deal with the order as it is. That's our system. So I have concerns about the process, which has been challenged. I know that this is designed to deal with that in some respects by giving adequate due process. And the substance in terms of the lack of data. Now, we heard from the retiree from the Togek National Wildlife Reserve that it's less about data and more about browse and on the ground conditions. You could use your discretion, as was done during the Knowles administrations, to use IM programs like browse adjustments and browse modifications. I also have concerns with the cost of this. So we've heard some of that from a fellow member of the bar who I don't know. But I've been given numbers that suggest that you're looking at as much as $1.3 million in this effort. I do know that because a constitutional claim was raised, there will be attorney's fees in the actions that the department has lost thus far. I know that the cost of killing bears and wolves is in the thousands of dollars per animal. I want to also be clear that, just for the record, I'm a user of these resources. So I frequently paddle in wood tick-chick, I fish in wood tick-chick, I visit Katmai, I visit McNeil. I go out there and I see the wildlife. I'm concerned that the reports that are credible don't suggest that these efforts are helping your cause to put more prey on the table of Alaskans. There's no evidence of that. In fact, we heard some, I think, credible evidence that the 200,000 number from decades ago was an outlier, and that you're setting a benchmark that is not obtainable. And so I ask you to consider that. I know that you all feel bound by a statute, but I also know that that statute affords you some discretion. I ask you to use that discretion and use it wisely. I think that the data I've seen shows that there are other causes at play, like disease, like browse and the lack of lichen and the sort. I think that there are economic issues at play in terms of tourism and the like. And I think that, frankly, those are important as well. And so I oppose proposal number 1. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Joseph, and thank you for coming to the board again. We don't always get legislators here. My question is since you've used the wildlife resources or outdoor resources in that area, have you seen an increase or decrease in bear populations while you're recreating out there or fishing?
Well, the first thing I would say through the chair is that while your body can take, now this would be firsthand evidence in that it's my evidence, there's a lot of receipt of hearsay, and that's okay. We use that in the legislature as well. But the courts have asked you to find something other than hearsay, which is required by the rules of evidence. So I ask you to invest in that other evidence. I see bears. I saw bears on the new Curry Ridge last weekend. I saw bears driving up the highway. I saw bears from Haines returning to Anchorage from the session. I saw lots of bears on Chichikov Island. That's a federally managed area, I believe, but certainly there were a lot of bears on Cruzoff Island. So yeah, there are bears to be seen. I just don't think that there's been sufficient data on their sustainability.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for that testimony. Thanks for.
And happy birthday.
Thank you. Nicole Schmidt, please.
Hello, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Nicole Schmidt. I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Wildlife Alliance. I am here to voice our opposition to Proposal 1. I apologize. I was out of service until Friday, so we submitted our written comments last night. I don't think there's an accompanying RC to them yet, but it was late, so it's my fault, not yours, I think. I don't know if those are available to the board at this time, but I'll be referencing some of those comments. I'll be referencing those comments in my testimony. I think the decision around this proposal has largely been made, and we acknowledge that. There's not enough in 3 minutes to really just close or comment on all of those reasons. So instead, using this time, I wanted to talk about some suggested amendments to the proposal. I don't think we're going to change anyone's mind in 2.5 minutes about the merits of predator control or intensive management largely, but there is content in this proposal that we believe direly needs amended. It's not so much the proposal itself, but the proposed changes to regulation. And so we suggested 6 amendments in our comments. I'm going to try and touch on 4 of them now. The first is an amendment to section 2D. That's adjusting the goal of the removal program for the removal goal for or objective for bears. Right now, it's set as removing as many bears as are needed to increase calf survival and recruitment. That is a very difficult, dare I say, impossible goal to quantify. If the state shoots bears every year for 5 years and the caribou calves survival or recruitment increases, how do we know how many bears were killed to do that? If it doesn't, if the caribou numbers don't increase, is it because you didn't shoot enough bears or is there some other cause? Our suggestion is to amend that goal to be a percentage, have something that you can measure against to understand if this works or not. So in the past, I've seen 100% of the bears in a certain area or wolves. Right now, that goal is not measurable, and therefore the program is not measurable. The second amendment I wanted to discuss was also in 6G, and this is one of the conditions for which the program would be paused. And it says after 3 years, it could be paused if after 3 years the harvest of bears is not sufficient to make progress towards the intensive management population objectives for caribou. Defining and clarifying what progress means is really important. If there's, and I think you have the authority and should clarify what progress means. We can pat ourselves on the back and say, well, we shot a bunch of bears and we increased calf survival to 5 months for 20% of the population. Is that sufficient progress to justify this program? I think those are the details that this board needs to really consider, because we can later look back and try and justify those points. I'm out of time, but there are other...
Nicole, we don't have the RC in front of us, so please feel free to explain the other 2.
Okay, thank you. There are, I appreciate that extra time, thank you. And for your reference later, these are found on page 2 through 4 of our comments. I'll quickly go through the others. The third is that section 2I, and this is saying that the program is feasible due to the land management conditions of the program. And this was interesting because in listening to these meetings, I've kind of heard it both ways. On the one hand, I've heard that the proximity to Togiak National Wildlife Refuge basically offers refuge for bears to grow and fill in the population that was taken out by the state program. On the other hand, it was this very same department that began this proposal by asking for wolf control on federal lands. And so I'm personally confused as to whether the proximity to Togiak Refuge and the lack of predator control on national lands, on those federal lands, is a key assumption to that bear population refilling, or is the state still intent on enacting predator control in those neighboring lands? And so when we talk about land management and the feasibility of this program with proximity to Togiak National Wildlife Refuge, I think there are some assumptions there that I've seen played on both sides. And finally, the fourth amendment that I really wanted to focus on is we've heard a lot about bear tourism, and the area that is requested for predator control is not limited to the calving grounds. Nowhere in the changes to regulation does it limit aerial gunning to the calving grounds, nor does it limit gunning to the calving season. It says that within that approximately 40,000 square mile area, there can be multiple predator control programs and doesn't limit the season of that. The southeastern border of that 40,000 mile square area does border Lake Clark National Park. It's less than 50 miles from McNeil and 30 miles from Katmai. And so while we concede the 2023 to 2025 program likely didn't kill bears that were seen in Katmai, frankly, I don't value the bears in Katmai more than anywhere else, but I understand that those dollars do equate to those regions. though nothing in the proposal, if passed as written, ADF&G could enact aerial gutting programs as close to anywhere within that 40,000 square mile polygon. And those do border those really important bear viewing areas. And so I think the dismissal from the state of that bear viewing argument is a misleading reflection of what this program, what this proposal is actually asking for. So the amendment, the suggested amendment would be to limit the control area to the calving grounds, and not have it be this full 40,000 square mile area. Thank you. I've used more than my time, but I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you for that. Questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for your testimony. We look forward to reading through the RC whenever we get it.
Okay, thank you.
And at this point in time, I think Department of Law has a comment and we're gonna go on a break.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put something on the record with regard to Administrative Order 358, as it was referenced earlier. The Board of Game has received a waiver from the Governor's Office allowing the promulgation of regulations within the board's authority with regard to this meeting. Thank you.
Thanks for that. And just a reminder to everybody, make sure you get your blue cards in here. You have till noon to do that. And we'll go on a 10 or 15-minute break. And if we don't have any more blue cards in, maybe we'll break even until after lunch. Anyway, all right, we'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Okay. Sounds good.
Let's wait, but I should.
That's general.
But I should.
Yeah, but I might next door neighbor is good friend of
I think that led to a lot of like weird feelings that is what it is. That's all we got. So
We have a couple people hot-footing it back here, and whilst they are, I'm going to call Janet Bavilla. Janet, thanks. If you just want to go sit down up there and then push that middle button that'll light up your microphone, and you can state your name for the record.
My name is Janet Bavla. I'm from Platinum. I am on the AC, but I'm speaking for my personal views. And I'm hearing a lot of testimony from people who don't actually live in the unit, most of it. And I know like a lot of people in my area are not concerned about the bear population, and we have more interactions with them. And I noticed it's like our sockeye one has gotten bigger in our river, and we don't have any more commercial fishing with no buyer in those bay areas. So with only 2 villages within that part with that river, it's like there's a lot of sockeye. And locals have stated, and not hearsay, but actually stated, like, you know, we've seen bears with 3 to 5 cubs. And when I was younger, they didn't have that many cubs. So they have increased food source, and we've seen their increase in numbers. They've come into villages and taken our fish. We lost all our salmon last year, and our fish rack is right in the middle of the village, right next to our house, not a fish camp like traditional in other big areas, because we're on the coast. Homes, they've gone after people's pets, and people in my area don't traditionally eat bears, so we're not going out and actively killing them. There's maybe like 1 or 2 families within my area that go after them. And they talk about tourism. I have never seen anyone come to our villages to go look for bears. So the area that they're talking about isn't being affecting that. And majority of us support this because subsistence is really important to our lifestyle. The Kuskokwim area in Unit 18 has already made sacrifices. We didn't hunt moose for 5 years, so we could allow that population to grow. And it's been 5 years since we haven't hunted caribou. And we used to hunt caribou every year. When I was younger, we could get 5. But my household only ever got 2 because that's what we needed for the year. And not everyone is lucky enough to get a moose. And, you know, it's important to us, especially with like food security issues. My mom has lived in that area for 8 years, and she talks about growing up very hungry.
We'll continue. Janet, finish up.
She talked about growing up always being very hungry, and I've been fortunate enough where that hasn't affected me, but I've seen a lot of poverty in the villages, and they rely on subsistence use, and caribou is one of our subsistence use. Not sports hunting, it's actual food on the table so we can live.
Thank you very much for that testimony, Janet, and you're going to be testifying for the AC a little later, is that correct?
That's correct.
Cool. Any questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Janet. I've been to Platinum before, and it's a really beautiful location right there on the water. How far away from the calving grounds is Platinum?
I don't know, because people aren't going to spend money to go up to the calving grounds.
The caribou that you harvested in the past are from Mulchatna herd?
That's correct. Okay. I do know, like, people always try to say like, well, let the locals handle the predators, but like no local could afford to go up there just to go after bears. They're not going to spend money on that. They're going to go after stuff that they're going to eat.
Okay, thank you very much.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Janet. Thanks for coming here to the meeting and telling us about your area and how you see things. The bear control program in Unit 18 has been going on. This would be the third year. Have you seen or noticed a decrease in bears in Good News since this program has started?
No, it still feels like there's a lot of bears, more than when I was in high school and stuff. Like, maybe now that another family had moved in and they eat bear, I think the bear population might be slightly decreased, at least in the surrounding area of our village. But if you go outside of our village, like, there's still a lot of bears. And they talked about them in the village across from us, like bears with 3 cubs and coming in and being locals being scared for their children, you know, that are walking around. You're not going to keep your children in 24/7. I think it was only, well, like I said, last year, a bear took all our stuff in the middle of the village. And I think the year before that, there was a bear that was going after a leashed dog right in the middle of the village. Luckily, the kids who were walking home had already reached home before that bear went after them. I don't think there's a good indication of them decreasing by much at all, since they've grown quite a bit.
Commissioner, oh. Great. Any other questions? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Janet, for showing up. I'm assuming that you're not a scientist?
No.
But you live out there and you observe things on a daily basis out there, and you've mentioned several times now that there's more bears, they're more aggressive, they're coming in the village, they're taking fish off your fish racks, chasing dogs or trying to attack dogs out there. When scientists do a survey study on population, they may spend, up to 3 days trying to survey a population. Do you feel your observation from a year-round standpoint has just as much validity as, a professional science that maybe surveys an area for 3 days and extrapolates and comes out with a number in the area?
Yeah, I think all the locals there who see it with their own eyes have as much credibility as a scientist on what's actually going on in the area.
Thank you.
Member Mueller?
Hi, Janet. Thank you for coming today and sharing your testimony and history. I wanted to check with you. I was actually going to ask if you see any bear tourists out there, so thank you for clarifying that as well. But have you by any chance seen any change in the habitat in your area?
We have seen less snow and ice. It used to be when I was younger, that would go from September all the way to May. Now it's only frozen probably and safe to travel probably in January, maybe February. And we have seen effects on like berries, or like we've seen a lot of like the certain animals moving further north or further inland. Well, luckily though, like with us, our salmon is good, and we have like the sea animals too, like seals and walrus and beluga. So the land is changing, but I feel like with the increase in some of other type of species of animals, like bears there have plenty to eat. maybe too much, and that's probably why they started going to calving grounds. And I know bears teach bears how to do stuff because I've observed that before.
Yes, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for that testimony, Janet. And we'll call Jeff Stretz.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to present today, or at least to testify. My name is Jeff Stutz. I'm a resident of Wasilla. I have a bachelor's, master's, and PhD in wildlife biology. I've been a certified wildlife biologist since 2017, and from the end of 2018 until May of last year, I was a research coordinator for Region 4 at Fish and Game. Most people are covering, or a lot of people are covering other points, such as sustained yield and legal aspects. I thought I would talk more about my personal experience with Fish and Game, some of my personal observations. For the record, I don't want to be here, for one. Actually don't. I was not inherently opposed to predator control. When I was interviewing Todd Renault, they asked me if I was asked to participate in bear removal, if I would. And I said if the science and policy support it, it'd be hypocritical not to. So I'm not inherently opposed to it by any means. But what I first want to say is I'd like to echo just really 2 points that continue to come up. And one is to echo Pat Walsh's belief that the abundance estimate or abundance objectives for the herd need to be reevaluated. Reflecting on my time there, I repeatedly, I'm not sure how many times, asked for more information about how objectives for this herd and other populations across the state, particularly in Region 4, were established. And the best I ever got was based on opinion and extrapolation. There was really no process for establishing these objectives. I found this pretty disturbing, to be honest, and this is a great example of how management actions can be triggered based on essentially, largely arbitrary numbers. And I think that is very dangerous. Particularly in this case, again, because the information we have to date, the best available information prior to now, suggested that predation was not the cause of decline. And as Pat noted, a decade of wolf control did not have any desired response in the herd. And while these studies are difficult, like Pat suggested, with trying to estimate some sort of carrying capacity for range, at least assessing range, they are feasible. This is what we do. Much like estimating density and abundance for brown bears, as a question was asked earlier by a board member, these are entirely feasible things at large scales. I have done them, many people have done them. It may not be at the highest standards necessarily, but it would be informed information and not speculation based on outdated research that's extrapolated in areas. And my second point is that this, again, agreeing with some other testifiers, that this appears to be a foregone conclusion. This was a predetermined outcome beginning in 2022 when Nick Dem and Renee Saller presented the best available information on the herd that was not in support of predators being part of the problem. There was nothing to say that, there was no data collected period at that point on bears. And I'm not going to go into the data demands for anything about sustainability because that's also kind of been hit pretty hard. But the fact, again, that wolf control for a decade didn't have any response to population numbers. Caribou continued to decline in this area despite wolf control. Wolves were so decimated out there, sorry for the wrong use of that term, but that we actually called off Nick's wolf project because he could not maintain a sample. So we decided to terminate that project. Before they completed their projects, both Renee Sattler and Nick Demo left state service. Actually, Nick stayed with the Department of Sport Fish, or Division of Sport Fish. But they continued to be engaged with their work. They were committed to this work, and my years working with them, I was never once questioned.
Go ahead, finish up.
Thank you very much. I never once questioned their motives for conducting this work. This was not a predetermined outcome on their part. They were sincerely interested and invested in finding out what was driving these population dynamics in the herd and with the wolves at that time. That's why we get in this field. We don't try and promote certain ideas. These are scientists. They try to understand the best they can with the tools available. So when they left, they continued engaging, trying to see these projects completed. Again, without any hint of bias that I ever saw personally. And to this day, they've not spoken out against any of the programs. They've not been in the media or anything else because they wanted to see this work done. For 9 months after Renee left, I worked with the Departments of Law, Administrative Services, and Fish and Game headquarters to try and establish a contract with a highly reputable consulting firm to complete these projects. At that time, the division did not have adequate staff to do it. This is a company that has worked on, I can count how many projects largely in the energy sector, so they are not biased. They are driven by their clients. 9 months into this process, the director called me and said that because of Renee being named as a potential witness in a lawsuit, that he was no longer comfortable pursuing this course. This should have been the hottest topic in the state. This should have been the top priority. I routinely ask for input from the division management team on what steps can we take to complete that work. It, to date, has still not happened. During that same call, I was told that because Nick Dema had said things that were not well received, I was not allowed to bring him back to work for the Division of Wildlife Conservation, even though he had legal rehire authority because he was still in the union. These and many other examples are what really scares me, that there is a slippery slope with how the department, in my opinion, has made it difficult, if not direct attacks on completing and disseminating research results. This has been echoed in the popular media, in the article that was mentioned today in the Journal of Wildlife Management, and many other places. And I believe it's incumbent upon the board, I think it's actually stipulated as part of your conditions, to help the public understand the best available information. And I feel that what's happening now, again, is it's a bit of a vortex. And not only is the confidence in the department and the state eroding, it's going to make it more difficult to retain and recruit new staff to do this difficult work. It's not a glory job. We do some fun stuff, but it is a very difficult position, and it's a passion calling. So I just encourage the board to conduct independent reviews of the data that are available, as well as the abundance objectives themselves for the herd. And my last thought is that if these animals belong to all of us, which they do under law, then the data belong to us as well. And it should be evaluated properly by independent researchers and scientists, and not subjected to strictly internal control.
Thank you for that testimony, Jeff. Questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Jeff. I have a couple questions. I'll ask one first and then let other board members chime in. I have another one after that. But you talked about wolf control being kind of a long process over many years. Was that done by department personnel out of helicopters, or was it private pilots just gunning from the back of a Super Cub? And how effective was that?
That was still for the public. It was not a state action at that time.
And how effective is that? I don't think it has been very effective. What weather and different airplanes in good shape. Did they kill very many wolves?
I don't have those numbers.
You don't have those numbers yet?
Honest. All I can say is that, like I said, with Dema's research, he could not maintain a sample long enough to learn anything about the herd, the pack.
So we really don't know whether or not enough photos were taken to affect the caribou calving results or anything like that.
Well, there weren't enough to research,
we just didn't know, so.
There weren't enough to monitor, so it'd be hard to expect there's enough to make a real impact on the herd, but that's my speculation.
Okay, and I'll yield, and then if anybody else has a question.
Any other question? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. When you were working as a researcher for Region 4, the coordinator, did you use traditional knowledge and anecdotal information that you collected from, from local people or hunters or gatherers in your research?
For my personal, not personal research, but the projects that I helped lead, mostly on brown bears in Unit 13, we did work with local organizations and Odd Inc., for example, to make sure they had a voice in how we developed our project.
All right, thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you. Second question, Jeff, is you talked about having peer-reviewed independent oversight or independent looking at data by other groups. What groups, do you have any idea of, if you were king for the day, who would you like to see do that? And then secondly, once that data is put into report form, what do you think the department should do with it? Would it be advisory to the department's decisions? Would they have a place at the table making a decision, voting on something? How far would you take that? So who would you want, and then where would you like to see the data go?
Thank you for the question. This is not unprecedented. There have been reviews of of entire research programs. The Florida Panthers is a famous one, where the research, 10 years of research were debunked because an independent panel was assigned. I could have opinions of people who I'd select. Bear experts, Bruce McClellan would come to mind, and others. But I think that would be up to another panel to decide who they should invite, who's willing to do it, whatever the conditions would be. But this is obviously a very important topic to many professionals, and I think it's impossible to imagine there would not be a list of people who would be willing to participate in this, whether paid or otherwise. And then they would have some degree of separation from any decision-making, of course, that they would present the results in report form to the board and to the public, whether that's initially, if the first step is through peer review or otherwise would be determined in whatever arrangement is made, agreement is made with the reviewers.
Okay, so I understand that, so you think there'd be more of it, that report would be more advisory to the biologists and the board then on what to do with what they came up with, more so than actually having them having a more stronger position as far as deciding how things were done, just more advisory position?
Oh, yes, sorry, absolutely. Okay. There should be a clear separation between the research and management. Not separation, but they should be independent in this. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, I appreciate your thoughts, thanks.
Commissioner. Yeah, so I have a question for you. So a couple times in your statement, you suggested that predators weren't the cause of the decline, and you kept saying that, I think, 2 or 3 times, thus we shouldn't be doing predator control. But predator control may not be the cause of predators may not be the cause of the decline, but they may be the cause of the failure to recover. You may end up you may end up with a balanced predator-prey population when you had a high number of caribou out there and you had a high number of predators out there. But in some cases where you have nutritional stress and it knocks down the caribou numbers, you may have high numbers of predators but low caribou. So I guess I'm struggling a little bit. We shouldn't do predator control simply because predators weren't the cause of the decline?
Honestly, I would not agree to that statement. I think that if it was documented that release from predators would result in greater recruitment, then perhaps it would warrant predator removal. But to date, that does not exist. And again, the information available, the best information at the time, did not suggest predation was an issue. It's always going to be present, but not in terms of controlling population dynamics of the herd.
I urge you to listen in on the department's discussion on calf survival that we've seen over the last several years. And I think it'll be given tomorrow morning. So thank you.
Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff, can you share with me your last name again, please?
Stetz.
S-T-E?
S-T-E-T-Z.
Okay,
It's
thank you.
surprisingly tough for just 5
Okay,
characters.
no problem. I just wanted to make sure I had it correct. I do have a question, and this is a learning opportunity for me as well. You shared that you did studies in Unit 13 for bears, is that correct?
The research that I was more directly, like the project leader of, was mostly limited to Unit 13. I did participate in caribou and moose research in Unit 17 and helped. I prefer to let staff do their jobs and be more autonomous and respect them as professionals. I wouldn't say I supervised their research, but helped steer it through agreements and sampling design and so on.
Okay, thank you. Can you share how you measured the bear density in that area?
In Unit 13?
Yes.
We're still working on it. It's been delayed considerably due to not having data sharing agreements. It was recently signed that we should be able to continue that work. Again, the politics of that. But and there are multiple ways of doing this. The largest scale methods, and this is getting beyond just aerial viewing of bears, just counting bears from airs, line trends, that kind of work. There are much more quantitative ways now, including my personal favorite is just doing genetic sampling. It's a market capture-based approach where you detect them, and then as the series of recaptures accrue, you can estimate how many animals you didn't detect, and then potentially link that to landscape variables, whether it's forest cover or whatever, and then use that to extrapolate to a larger area instead of just changing the denominator, essentially just multiplying times a larger area, which is entirely indefensible.
Okay, sure. And do you have, one more question, do you have any of the bears out there collared?
The collars should all be dropped by now. That was part of Nick Demma's research in Unit 13. There were actually 4 or 5 different facets of research going concurrently in that population, and he did have primarily females collared in that population.
Okay, I'll add one more. Are you able to give like a rough estimate of how far you believe that bears travel in a given area?
I know of examples from Unit 13, but I'm not sure I would be comfortable extrapolating that to Unit 17.
Okay, thank you.
It varies tremendously, I can say that much. We had some, I know there's one female, I believe, had a home range of 3 square kilometers, and then another traversed from basically Sheep Mountain to past Paxson Lake to nearly Cantwell, and then back down. So it's a huge variation.
You bet. Okay, thank you so much.
Any other questions? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you, with the IM program, it gives the department different ways of increasing the annual populations. One of them is predator control, but there's also habitat and there's other different things. What else do you think would work in this Mulchatna area to bring that population back that the board of the department can do besides predator control? Is there some other application, some other method that we can use, or the department can use to restore the population quicker?
Hypothetically, but the reality is that working in such a massive landscape of doing any kind of brush removal or seeding mushrooms or something is just impractical. That's why I, again, do think that the idea of revisiting the objectives themselves is probably the most prudent approach, because it has been demonstrated that herds of that size or smaller can sustain harvest. So I don't think that trying to increase the herd through feeding is going to be as effective as returning subsistence hunting as reviewing objectives.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions from board members? If not, Jeff, thanks a whole bunch for that testimony. You were very respectful. It was great. I just want to mention that you didn't mention some specific names there, and those individuals aren't in the room right now, but thanks.
Well, thank you again for the opportunity.
All right, and with that, you got till noon to get your blue cards in. We're going to...
Oh, we do have 2 more.
Oh, we do?
Sorry.
Oh, we do. Jake Davis next. Hey, Jake, if you don't mind, will you hit that microphone? Thanks.
Thank you, Board Chair, Commissioner. I appreciate the opportunity to testify here today. I'm going to be speaking on behalf of an individual named Michelle Bittner. She asked me to read a portion of her testimony. She can't make it today. And I'm going to try to fit my own testimony into that. But I did want to start by saying, at the statewide Board of Game meeting, I told this very board, and I submitted a fairly extensive legal memorandum telling the board that if you adopted RC1, you would expose yourself to legal liability and you would probably lose that case in court. So I get the rare honor today of sitting here and saying, I told you so. So the same is true today. The relevant population study that not 1 but 2 Superior Court judges have asked for has not been done. And so if you proceed with this program, Proposal 1, you will be back in court and you're going to lose again. So we need this relevant population study before we can proceed with killing any more bears. Now, let me quickly turn to Michelle's statements, and you probably heard a lot of this already, so I apologize if I'm repeating anything, but I wanted to get it into the record. And I'm going to try to read quickly so I have some time to talk on my own behalf. Here we go. On the October 24 report by Tom Rinaldi, which was based on studying the condition of calves after removing all the predators in a specific area after the predator control operation in the spring of 24, was the most in-depth study of the Mulchatna Caribou herd's calves thus far. What Rinaldi found was alarming. Because the department had shot and killed all the bears and wolves in the western calving ground of the Mulchatna Caribou herd, they were able to go in and assess the health of the calves. They found 44 calf mortalities. Quote, 20 of those calves, 69%, died from starvation or dehydration, with 7 of those mortalities presumed to indicate a failure to thrive rather than abandonment because the cow was observed with the calf, end quote. Further, quote, all calves submitted for necropsy had been born alive and stood but had little to no fat, end quote. The report stated that the calves lacked trace minerals, including copper, zinc, selenium, and little to no internal body fat. This information is indicative that the Mulchatna Caribou herd is suffering from significant nutritional stress and that no matter how many bears and wolves the department kills, the caribou herd is not going to measurably increase in size. In conclusion, the report states that, quote, the necropsy results paired with the continued active spread of brucellosis being documented in other monitoring and relatively low body fat measured in cows indicate that nutrition and disease may also be affecting MCH growth, end quote. Of all the calves that were radio marked or collected from this area after predator control had been conducted, which represented the most in-depth study, again, of the calves to date, over 50% died from causes other than predation, and most of the calves died from starvation, dehydration, and lack of trace minerals in their systems, end quote. Now, I'm not a scientist, but it would sound to me like perhaps reevaluating the amount of caribou that can survive on this landscape would be, to use the word of Dr. Stetz, prudent. I think that would be an important starting place. But again, I'm not a scientist, so I just wanted to make a few more comments. We know that international scientific journals have condemned the department's predator control operation. You've heard the article mentioned. The majority of the public has condemned this program, and 2 different judges have condemned this program. So I'm just struggling to understand why we're here again, why I'm testifying about this program for a 3rd time. And in conclusion, I would just say that there was something mentioned in the reports that I wanted to draw your attention to. I believe, and I don't have the page number in front of me, there was a line that said, bear population will return to pre-management levels in 3 to 5 years. And again, I'm not a scientist, but I understand that grizzly bears don't even start reproducing until 4 to 6 years old. So just about as a matter of simple math, because the department doesn't know if they've killed female or male bears until they're on the ground, it would seem to me that the population could not return to pre-treatment levels in only 3 to 5 years. So I found that statement slightly offensive, but maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm missing something. I'm not a scientist. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Questions from board members? If not, thank you very much. Oh, Member Warren.
Then raise your hand time. Jake, thanks for your testimony. You mentioned about everybody that was opposed to it and the judges that ruled against the department, and you said the majority of the public was opposed to it. Where do you get that information from, or how did you determine that?
Sitting in and listening to testimony from the public at the last 2 Board of Game meetings that covered this topic.
And did you also listen to the advisory committee testimony that were in favor of it?
I have heard some advisory committee testimony that's in favor of it, yes.
And the advisory committee, they represent the areas that they represent, which includes hundreds of public members that may not have their names down on a piece of paper?
Yeah, absolutely. There's certainly advisory committees that are large, and there are ones that are smaller. And I have heard some advisory committees say that they are in support of the program. Okay. Absolutely.
Okay, so I guess my thoughts were that maybe the majority might not be opposed to it. Maybe it might be a lot higher folks that support it that didn't actually put their name on a piece of paper as a PC.
Yeah, we can only determine.
Yep.
Yeah, certainly. It could be possible that there are people that haven't spoken up that support the program, but based on who has spoken up, I think it's a foregone conclusion that it's a strong majority in opposition of this program.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for that testimony.
Yep, thank you guys.
And I'd like to call Mark Richards up. And I think, Mark, you're signed up for 2 different.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman. If I could do my RAC testimony first.
That'd be great, thanks.
Okay. For the record, my name is Mark Richards. I'm the Executive Director of Resident Hunters of Alaska, and I'm here testifying for our organization today in support of the continuation of the Mulchatna IM program. I wanted to bring up a few points here. First of all, we have a position statement on intensive management, and it basically is that we support intensive management programs that are grounded in science and efficacy. Now, I think a large part of the problems with this program is people are not sure whether there's any efficacy in this program, and that was one of the big discussions I had with my board before we sent in our letter of approval for this. We want to talk about some of the things about the science behind this. There are ways to do bear density estimates. They're expensive and time-consuming. The department does have some recent mark recapture work, and we have a lot of traditional ecological knowledge that's been presented to the board. Now, I know the board is going to start considering traditional ecological knowledge more, but I want to just make a point of whether traditional ecological knowledge is valid. And so I think on some cases when you have people that have been living in an area for thousands of years and their traditions have been passed down and they tell you that we never had this many bears here before, I think that traditional ecological knowledge is valid to consider. Now, I'm just going to flat out say that we don't know, and we don't think the department knows whether there will be real efficacy long-term in this program. But basically what our board decided was that we support doing something rather than nothing to help to try to boost these caribou populations so that people can hunt again and can have food on their table. I want to talk a little bit about the cost. So some people have mentioned the cost. Well, I don't know that many people know, but you know, the increase in hunting licenses a few years ago also had an intensive management surcharge. So that's already being funded by our license fees, and from what I understand, we have plenty of money from that surcharge to implement these intensive management programs. I do want to say that Mr. Walsh made some really good points. We do believe that the board has been reviewing IM objectives for several areas in the last few years, and that may be warranted that you do want to review the IM objectives for the Mulchatna herd. Especially if lowering those numbers would get us back to where we can allow some of the subsistence people out there to take some caribou. We're really concerned that people aren't allowed to hunt, and we want them to be able to continue to hunt. The sustainability issues, that was the main factor in our board approving this. After talking to the department and talking to wildlife biologists with the department, we fully believe that there are no sustainability issues for the overall brown bear population in the area with the taking of bears in the calving areas. We also believe Ms. Schmidt made a good point too about the language in the program. We do support this in the calving areas, but if we're going to extend it, that would be a whole other thing if you're going to do this in other areas.
Please continue.
So I wanted to make that point. The other point that Mr. Walsh made I thought was really important is that, you know, habitat drives caribou, caribou drive the wolf population. Well, what is the correlation then? But we know there's been massive salmon runs, you know, the last few years. So in the same sense, salmon drive the bear population. And so that's part of the reason too why we're probably seeing more bears out there on the landscape. So again, we don't know. We support this intensive management program. We're hoping there's efficacy in it. We just would rather the board support doing something rather than nothing to help the people out there and to help the caribou population. So,
thank you for that testimony. Any questions? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mark. On the calving area issue versus the much larger area that's in the plan, which on face value, you know, the department's been targeting what they're calling the calving ground area. And I think why we have a larger area in there is because we know sometimes caribou will move their calving area. And thus, having a much larger footprint to allow the department to move within, they're still going to target calving areas, but that calving area may change, you know, by 100 miles or outside if we kept a very narrow window. And I think that's appropriate to have a much larger area to have the flexibility to, in case the caribou do choose a different calving area, that the department could still have that flexibility to react to that.
I see your point. I mean, I don't disagree. I think a lot of this is really a PR issue with how this was brought forward, you know, and how the public is understanding it. And so those kind of issues like that, that could be something that, you know, comes out of this particular program but is added in when the calving area moves. I mean, that's sort of the point I wanted to make. Yes, it should be on the calving grounds. Well, if we really think the calving grounds are going to move, maybe we could adopt that at a later time.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, if you want to go ahead in your personal testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, my name is Mark Richards. I just wanted to thank all of the members of the public, people listening online, everybody for sending in their comments. We're all passionate, and that's a good thing. We all care about grizzly bears. That's a good thing. But what I really wanted to say to everybody was please keep it respectful. There's no need to make it personal, to Fish and Game staff, to board members at all. So we might have disagreements, but there's never a reason to make it personal. I just want to encourage everybody in the audience, everybody listening, to please keep it respectful. That's all I had, Jake.
Hey, thanks for those comments. Member Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark, I wasn't sure to ask you this question during your RAC testimony or personal, but I appreciate your work with the board. I know you've been doing it for a long time and representing a group with hundreds of members. We really appreciate that.
Thousands
of members, hundreds plus. And by doing that, I know that you're involved with all walks of life and getting input from everybody and talking with the department, talking with the legislatures. You're pretty actively involved in wildlife management. So earlier, Nicole Schmidt from AWA mentioned that she thought there should be some amendments to this, and the two that kind of struck me, and I was just kind of curious what you thought about those, was the first one was adjusting the goal for removal. And she said right now it's kind of open-ended. And what are your thoughts about that and quantifying that goal? Is that something that you've thought about or you've dealt with?
Well, when our board discussed this, I mean, that isn't something that we really talked about, but we know that by taking bears out of the calving grounds, it increases calf survival. So that would be something difficult to say, Member Loring, really, about what kind of numbers you're talking about for the removal to help. It's not really something I can weigh in on without, talking to biologists and getting more information.
Okay.
What those numbers would look like.
So I was going to ask you secondly about the program, what conditions exist when the program can be paused? So kind of have the same answer to that one too.
Well, it's going to take a while to find out if there's any real efficacy in this long term. So I don't know. So are you talking about like when the program would be paused to stop?
Right.
When the program would stop?
I mean, some guidelines that if we meet those guidelines, should we now stop it?
The thing about, predator removals, we need to take a lot of bears to impact the population. And so with the stoppage of it this year, that's obviously caused a hamper. This is a long-term thing where we're trying to increase the caribou population by removing bears. So it needs to happen for a while before we can really determine if there's been any efficacy in it. So I hate to give you a timeline. I mean, I'd leave that to Director Scott and his staff to really come up with that kind of decision on when it would be paused, whether they determine there's no real efficacy in it and if they want to continue.
Thank you, Mark.
I do want to say that I thought Ms. Schmidt made a good point that, rather than just opposing this generally, there might be some amendments, and Mr. Walsh made the same thing, and you might. I definitely think reviewing the item objectives is warranted. And we've done that in several other areas, and what Mr. Walsh says is true. I mean, things change. Habitat changes, Objectives should probably change along with what we're seeing on the ground. And right now, those objectives are probably a little bit too high, and it's preventing people from hunting right now. So by lowering those objectives, we might at least allow the people out there to take some caribou. And that is our main concern. We want people to be able to feed themselves and their families. And to do that, that's why we support this program, because we're hoping that it does end up with calf recruitment and we end up getting more caribou out there and hunting can reopen again.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. And,
Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mark, I just wanted to say thank you and really echo on behalf of what Member Loring shared. I know on behalf of RAC, with your thousands of members, as well as your public testimony personally and all the hard work that you do, we appreciate the perspectives that you bring and helping us to understand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie Ann. And I just want to shout out to Christy and her staff as always for everything and for coming here during the summer and making this meeting happen. Thank you.
Other questions from board members? If not, Mark, thank you very much for coming out here. Thanks for testifying.
And that is all.
And that's our last testifier signed up. You do have
5 minutes?
5 more minutes to get your blue card in, but we're going to take an extra long lunch break. We're going to come back at 3 in the afternoon. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, we could come back around 2 or 2:30. We do have 2 advisory committee testimonies. So we know we have that for sure, but maybe a little bit earlier, 2:30 or 2.
All right, we'll come back at 2:30. We'll hear from those advisory committees, and if anybody else has their blue card in. So, all right, we'll see you back here at 2:30.
testing, testing.
About 10 and then just hit enter. Usually. Well, it's got to pull off the web. Printing is slow. As soon as I get to the office, I will make sure Oh, really? We won't be too far. Maybe like 5 or 10 of them or something like that. And if they're there on the list.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. This is a test.
Read you Lima, Charlie. Good morning. It's Ryan. We're coming to you at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three.
Oh, there we go. It is muted. Should I try?
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
present. Over that extra long lunch hour, anybody have anything interesting to report other than the Long Branch burgers are still great? If not, we're going to call Janet Bavilla from the Central Bering Sea AC up.
Hi, I'm Janet Bavila, and I'm sent here to represent Central Bering Sea Advisory Committee. These are all members from different communities on the advisory committee, and we talk over proposals on that go to the state, and of course, Board of Game sees all those comments or advice, and these are residents that are usually lifetime members in their communities. And our previous president was on the advisory committee until he passed away. So it's like they're all passionate about the fish and wildlife issues, and all of us unanimously support doing predator control, adding bears on there. It's come up more than once at our different meetings. All of them have stated same thing I have, and we've seen more bears than we've used to seeing. And, you know, a few comments are like, well, can't we expand it to other places? And we're just like, no, it's just on the calving grounds. And through all of our meetings, it shows with our loosening of bear regulations on other aspects, because we see it in our area and we're concerned about it, and many people rely on caribou. We also saw, you know, from previous Board of Game meetings where evidence showed predators were, like bears were at like 49% of the calf deaths, and wolves were the next highest. So having wolves on there, not bears, when bears were the higher one, it didn't seem to make sense. And well, we didn't specifically talk about putting for this meeting because we already met and sent in a letter of support for the program. I know they would like to see bear on predator control.
Thank you very much, Janet. Questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Janet. Was this your first time testifying in front of the board?
No.
Oh, okay. We're doing a great job, and thank you for serving on the AC. I'm interested, is the community at all interested in you know, participating in just a general hunting season for bears? And, you know, trying to do a little more general season harvest on bears instead of maybe relying on a program that the state would put on?
Well, like I said before, in rural villages, like a lot of them are low income. So going out to go after bears when they're not going to actually eat them is not something that want to spend any resources on.
I'm kind of talking about the ones that have been coming into the communities and around the fish camps and stuff, so there's...
Oh, we go after them.
Okay.
They've, it all depends too, though, because, you know, they'll try to come in when everyone's sleeping or
Right.
something. And usually the dogs give them away. We don't always succeed right away because we've had bears that were trying to break into actual homes, not fish camps, but people's actual houses. And they're like calling us like, can you see it? It's like, is it a robber? Is it a bear? I think it's a bear. I want to shoot it, but I don't want to shoot.
Yeah.
And So other people will have to go over and try to go after them. But the one that came in the pitch black dark, nobody went after it because we were afraid of hitting something else instead of.
All right, well, thank you, and thank you for serving on the AC.
Other questions from board members? If not, Janet, thank you very much for your testimony. Thanks for coming here. And then we have a remote testifier, Sam Hancock with the Bethel AC.
Hello? Hello, do you got me?
Hey, we hear you. Can we turn up the volume just a little bit by any chance? Stand by for a second, Sam.
Is that better?
No, I think we're trying something else. We as in Savannah.
Okay. Oh, very good.
Hey, Sam, can you try talking again?
Yeah, you got me?
Still super quiet.
Is that any better?
Not much.
Not much better.
Yeah, we could probably be quiet and just, well, yeah, not that we are loud or anything, but maybe we'll hope the printer doesn't go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sam, if you just want to state for the record your name and that you're talking for the Bethel AC, and then we'd love to hear your testimony.
Yep. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, board members. My name is Samuel Hancock. I'm representing the Bethel Advisory Committee, here to address a critical issue concerning the health and future of the Mulchatna Caribou herd and the need for responsible predator control. This is not a matter of eradicating predators. It's a matter of implementing and maintaining target science-based management practices that ensure sustainability of this vital resources for our communities, ecosystems, and future generations. All Bethel AC members are direct consumers of natural resources. How those resources are managed are of great interest to us. We stand unanimously in support of this predator control program, a program that is highly restrictive and controlled. The program covers a small area over the calving grounds, the area we would like to see expanded. Biologists from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game has highlighted the ongoing scientific support for such measures. The Special Intensive Management Program, although currently in limbo due to legal battles, is rooted in sound science and has demonstrated that strategic predator reduction can be an effective tool to bolster herd numbers. After 2 solid years and 1 short season, the management practice has produced positive findings. For the first time in nearly 30 years, the Mulchatna Caribou herd has shown signs of growth. While we understand the concerns for managing the bear population, no one is looking to eradicate bears or other predators. The past 3 years with predator control, we are not above the historical general harvest of the bears for the area. Our fear is simple. The current low calf survival rates threaten the sustainability of the Mulchatna herd. Without interventions, these declines could become irreversible, leading to prolonged loss of subsistence opportunities and ecological imbalance. We have a responsibility to act on scientific evidence, community needs, and conservation principles. In closing, I urge you to consider the scientific data, ecological necessity, and our cultural responsibility. Predator management, when implemented responsibly and judiciously, is an essential tool in our conservation toolkit. It offers hope for the Mulchatna Caribou herd's recovery, safeguarding vital resources for our community and ecosystem. Please understand, whatever the outcome from the board or the court is, the people of the Delta live with the consequence. Thank you.
Sam, thank you very much for that testimony. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. Thank you for serving on the AC, and we heard you loud and clear. I'm just wondering if you could give us a little more clarity on your discussion of, you mentioned you'd want to expand the area. So my two questions would be, or some clarification is are you talking about expanding the calving ground area or the larger area that's in the plan?
Did you copy that, Sam? We may have lost Sam. I think we're calling him back.
Hello?
All right, I think we can hear you again. Did you get Member Barrett's question, or do you want him to have him restate it?
Yeah, please restate it.
Great.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. This is Al Barrett. You guys talked about, your AC talked about wanting to expand the area for predator control, and I was just wanting clarification. Were you talking about expanding the caribou calving area where currently the Fish and Game Department is conducting their predator control, or were you talking about the much larger area that's in the plan currently?
So a little bit of both. So we're borderline with the federal government, and I know the feds don't really like it, but who knows where those caribou are going to drop their calves. So it'd be nice if we could bolster wherever the majority of the calves are, but the calves are spread out. My understanding, remember the maps, is that they're calving in two different areas, and we have enough resources to protect one or the other, and so we're going to where the majority of the calves are dropped. What would be nice is if we expand not only the area, but resources to cover both areas where the calves are dropped at.
Okay, great. That's a good explanation. I understand now.
There are questions for Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Sam, for your advisory committee testimony. And I asked this question a little earlier to another village in the region. Are people in
members of the Bethel AC or public members in Bethel, which is roughly 80 to 100 miles away from this program, still seeing bears?
Yeah, I mean, so there's lots of bears everywhere. I mean, we got, I think, maybe 4 or 5 bear baiters in the Bethel area, and we're seeing bears all the way from Tuntatuliak all the way upriver, the Kizarella, Kasigluck, Quakeluk, almost to where people would have access to help with the calving ground. So yes, there's lots of bears. I don't think there's ever been a down number of bears. The problem that I see is, like, historically the general population out here just doesn't have the resources to go and harvest at the rate that the state would. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. So yeah, the underlying question was, since the program's been in effect, from your perspective, have people been seeing less bears, more bears, or the same amount, or if they're seeing impacts from the, because this is the third year the program's been going on, and I know I'm from Bethel, I still see bears, and we had one in Straight Slough, which is a couple miles out of town, but even though the program is 100 miles away, it seems like we have the same amount of bears to me. I just seen if you had the same sentiments.
Yeah, so when I'm out in the community talking to people about what's going on, everybody is indicating either they're seeing the exact same amount of bears, and some have seen an increase in bears. Lots of reasons why that they think there's an increase in bears or no change in bears, but at no point in time has anybody ever said there's less bears. I know just upriver from us in one of our villages, Akiak, they got bears coming right through fish camp year after year through the predator control program, just as Ms. Davila has indicated. We hear that story from almost every village throughout the years, throughout predator control or no predator control. So to answer the question, at minimum, no change. At maximum, increase in bears.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sam, thanks for your testimony. This is Dave Loring. You mentioned just a couple moments ago that you do have some active bear baiters in the Bethel area. Are they eating the meat from the brown bears they harvest, or giving it away? Or what's going on with the meat in that case?
All of the above. This year, I think we had one guy that was able to produce or catch 2 bears. Honestly, I don't know what they did with the meat, but historically, the general historic knowledge for grizzly bears is that you need to catch them right out of their den, otherwise the meat gets, bad tasting or whatever. So the bears that people do harvest around here, they're collected for many number of things, from dog teams to personal harvesters, personal use. And I do know of some people that do just take the hides and the heads or whatever whatever they're legally required to take. So they do it all. Most of the villages do take everything.
And just a quick follow-up question, if I could. When the department harvests the bears, and of course they have the meat that's there from the harvested bear, part of their IM program, and also the hides. Are you guys getting offered bear meat from that particular take or no? And if you are you accepting it, or can you tell me what's going on there?
No, I actually don't know the answer to that. Well, we haven't been offered bear meat. There may be in one of the villages, like the fisheries going on right now, when they're catching fish, they're offering it to the local villages. So if it's happening, it's not to my knowledge.
Okay, and then one more quick one. You mentioned that bears coming right out of the den do taste the best, and then you said after that the meat starts getting either gamey tasting. Is that because they get on fish, or why does the meat start to change taste where it's no longer acceptable, do you know?
I don't know. I got several friends down in lower Kuskokwim village in Tuntatuliak, and they always like to tease me that I'm shooting my bears too late. they all go up there, assuming that the snow conditions are good and are catching it and they're liking it. What would change it? I would imagine it would be diet. Don't know if it's just the fish or whatever they're eating. But the local knowledge around here is right when the bears come out, when you're on your snow go, you go out there and you collect your bears. But I couldn't answer you why the meat would change. I would assume that it is diet.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Sam. Appreciate your testimony.
Hey, Sam, this is Jake. I got a couple of questions for you. And they're going to be revolved around black bears. How densely is the black bear population, in this area that we're talking about, through your AC comments? And then I have a couple other, questions after that.
Oh yeah, so the black bear population, they are here. I don't want to say they're none, but they're very few. For black bear hunters, they need to go further upriver towards more towards Calskag, more towards Antioch. I don't know why, but if you go from the coast, it appears that there's increase in grizzly bears, and as you move interior, the black bear population does increase. I'm just guessing from what I've seen. It seems like you can catch black bears around the Queetluck area, the Casiguac area, but if you move just a little bit further inland towards the Fog River or Tuaksack, your chances of seeing or taking a black bear increase. So I mean, we're talking about a pretty wide range of land here. So for those that are seeking to harvest black bear, they all know that on the snow machine, you jump off and you go up towards Calskag, or you go up towards that Fog River area.
Thanks for that. And then I've seen brown bear and grizzly bear on caribou, but I haven't ever seen a black bear, preying on caribou. Is that happen a lot? I know you said the population's relatively low, but I mean, is that pretty common occurrence?
More grizzly bears than anything. I personally haven't heard of anybody seeing the black bears on caribou. It does seem to be it's mainly grizzly bear, but black bear is going to take whatever opportunity there are. So when you're hunting when you're hunting grizzly bears, the opportunity to hunt black bear decreases. So if those grizzly bears are hunting calves, hunting caribou calves, hunting moose calves, those black bears aren't going to be anywhere near it. Now, if that opportunity left, if the grizzly bears were not there, there's no reason to think that a black bear wouldn't go in there and start hunting calves. But those grizzly bears, they keep the black bears away.
Sam, thanks a bunch for that explanation. Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for that testimony. And this will conclude public testimony. We'll take a break here till 3 o'clock, and at 3 o'clock we'll come back and we'll hear a couple presentations from the department.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fletcher, members of the board, staff, and members of the public. This afternoon, in front of you today, I have our area biologist from Dillingham, John Landseedel, and the assistant area biologist to my left, to John's right, is Evelyn Liqua. To my right, we have our regional research coordinator, Kristen Denreiter, and to Kristen's right, we have Chris Brockman, who is the intensive management coordinator for the division. We're going to begin today with the Caribou overview.
A little bit of a test. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is John Landseedel. As Todd just said, the Dillingham area wildlife biologist. And today I'll be providing an intensive management update for the Mulchatna Caribou herd and the predation control program. This can be found in RC3 tab 1.1. And this will include a brief historical overview of the Mulchatna Caribou herd and two important predators, brown bears and wolves, but will also include black bears. Through the updated Mulchatna Caribou herd intensive management plan that was adopted in 2022, the department operated on the West Mulchatna calving grounds for the last 3 years, 2023, 2024, and 2025. The calving grounds are represented by the green, yellow, and red spatial distribution of GPS radio-collared adult female caribou. Historically, the West Mulchatna has calved on the northeastern portion of Wood-Tikchik State Park, which represents roughly 700 square miles. This is the hashed polygon on the right side of the major lakes on the map in front of you. The West Mulchatna calved for nearly 10 years in that area, starting in 2014 through 2022. When we began the department-led predator removal effort in 2023, it was determined by the end of May that the caribou did not migrate as far east as they previously had into that eastern portion of Wood-Tikchik State Park, and they hold up in Eastern Unit 18. And so the department focused removal efforts across roughly 500 square miles in Eastern Unit 18 in 2023. Subsequently that year, the department removed 94 brown bears, 5 wolves, and 5 black bears over a combined 1,200 square miles. In 2024, during the second year of the program, the department removed 81 brown bears and 3 wolves over a much smaller focused area of about 530 square miles, where the West Mulchatna had exhibited high site fidelity by calving in nearly the same location as the previous year. This is again represented by the right red polygon, and that year those caribou calved in a really tight, distinct calving grounds. After the first year of the program, department staff identified the lack of tracking conditions as a challenge to successfully removing wolves that we were encountering on the calving grounds. So we created a second period earlier in the year, prior to calving, that capitalized on better tracking conditions with more snow. And this is prior to the actual calving period, so it was a wolf-centric or wolf-focused period. 81 brown bears and 14 wolves were removed in total across the 2 periods in 2024. The removal of these predators is limited to a short duration and within a limited area. Due to these temporal and spatial constraints, the predator removals are unlikely to decrease the predator populations at the unit level. If any decreases at the unit level do occur, then those decreases are likely to be small, with the population being able to rebound in a few years. In 2025, we also conducted an early wolf removal period. During this portion, over a few days, we lethally removed 1 wolf and detected a pack of 6. When staff encountered this pack of 6, it was outside of the designated removal area, so those wolves were not removed. During the primary period, again centered on the calving grounds, over 3 days from May 10 through 12, department staff removed 11 brown bears and 1 additional wolf on the West Mulchatna calving grounds. Upon being restricted from continuing lethal removal by court order, we continued caribou calf captures and mortality investigations. Starting May 21, 2021, we began marking independent bears encountered on the calving grounds. This allowed us to identify predators to the individual level, but it also allowed us to assess marked bears versus new bears each day. Through this effort, we derived a minimum count of bears and wolves found on the calving grounds in a similar search effort and intensity to the previous years for more accurate comparison between the years. In total, staff documented 37 independent bears with 7 dependent bears, which are cubs of various age classes, for a total of 44 brown bears. We observed and marked 1 black bear on the western calving grounds and observed at least 1 other wolf. Due to the caribou calving ground shifting further to the west and being much more spread out this year compared to the previous 2 years, there was some but minimal search effort just across the border on federal lands, which would be primarily Yukon Delta National Wildlife Refuge, and we observed and did not mark an additional 16 bears on the calving grounds but on federal lands. In total, the lethal removal of 11 bears and the marked independent bears with dependent bears, so 44, is 55 unique brown bears on state lands on the calving grounds. In addition to the 16 bears found on the federal portion of the calving grounds, this makes for 71 unique brown bears that were on the calving grounds spring 2025. The removal of these predators during a limited time frame and with a limited area will have negligible effects on predator populations at the unit level. This focused removal area represents less than 2% of the greater area used by West Mulchatna. This area is a large tract for remote, undeveloped, and intact habitat. Federal lands where intensive management activities are prohibited border the calving grounds to the west and to the south. This acts as a protected source population for both bears and wolves. Bears and wolves moving in and out of the control area have been documented by department staff from the larger surrounding area post-removal. So we've gone in and done other surveys after our removal efforts are done. We've documented bears also in that area. The primary goal of this program is to annually reduce the number of wolves and bears in the predator control area to a level that results in increased calf survival and recruitment. The caribou calves have shown a positive response to this treatment, with the 2 highest recorded calf-to-cow ratios in the West Mulchatna since at least 1999. In October of 2023, the West Mulchatna had 44 calves per 100 cows, and the 2024 composition survey resulted in 54 calves per 100 cows. The East Mulchatna, which did not receive department predation treatment, recorded 32 calves per 100 cows in both years, which is near their long-term average of 31 calves per 100 cows. So the West Mulchatna increased their calf-to-cow ratio, and the East Mulchatna remained stable. Even when we've met this minimum management objective of 30 calves per 100 cows, the East Mulchatna also remains at a low level, indicating that a calf-to-cow ratio objective of 30 calves per 100 cows may not be sufficient to increase the population. The Mulchatna caribou herd once fed 48 communities with around 5,000 caribou harvested at its peak. The most recent intensive management objectives were adopted in 2009 by the board, and the Mulchatna Intensive Management Program was adopted into regulation in 2011. The Intensive Management Law, passed in 1994, requires the department to maintain, sustain, and increase important populations of moose, deer, and caribou for human consumption. The Mulchatna caribou herd has a positive intensive management finding, delegating this herd as an important food resource for Alaskans. This finding occurred in 2001. The current minimum harvest objective of 2,400 caribou has not been achieved since regulatory year 2003. This harvest objective range represents 3 to 10% harvest rate of the population objective, and the amount reasonably necessary for subsistence has not been achieved since 2004. For reference, the department removal area is represented in red, and as a reminder, only the western smaller polygon was a search area in 2004 and 2024 and 2025. 2 bear density estimates have occurred on and immediately adjacent to the current West Mulchatna calving grounds. A capture mark resite survey in the southern Kuskokwim Mountains by Alaska Department of Fish and Wildlife and Fish and Wildlife Service staff. Wow, Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And a line transect survey on Togiak National Wildlife Refuge by Fish and Wildlife Service which you heard from the lead author of that earlier today. The first study, which occurred on eastern Yukon Delta National Wildlife Refuge lands and on state lands, which is where the calving grounds are right now, and the northern portion of Togiak National Wildlife Refuge, that study area encompassed the current calving grounds used the last 3 years. The second study, which occurred on Togiak National Wildlife Refuge, which is just south of the West Mulchatna calving grounds, and that's a darker shaded green, kind of highlighted in yellow on the map. The first study in the 90s in the Kilbuck Mountains described 47 bears per 1,000 square miles, but due to the project not being completed, they speculated that densities up to twice as many were likely, which is 94 bears per 1,000 square miles. Much of this region surrounding the West Mulchatna calving grounds are conservation lands under both state and federal regulations, such as Wood-Tikchik State Park and then the 2 national wildlife refuges. The most recent bear density estimate in the region was conducted in 2003 and 2004 and described 103 bears per 1,000 square miles. The impetus for implementing this research was due to the following statement from the lead author. In recent years, concerns have been regularly voiced during local village meetings, Alaska Department of Fish and Game meetings, and Federal Subsistence Regional Advisory Council meetings that brown bear populations are increasing, and this increase has adversely affected wildlife populations targeted by subsistence hunters. The lack of quantitative information on bear abundance has prevented resource managers from adequately addressing those concerns. Units 17B, 18, and 19B combined are roughly 63,000 square miles. 28,000 square miles are within the larger range of West Mulchatna over a given year, which is roughly the red circle. Using the estimates described by federal biologists in the early 2000s of 103 bears per 1,000 square miles over the range of the West Mulchatna, could be surmised as roughly 2,800 bears with a range of 2,200 to just under 3,900. This area is represented across federal and state lands consisting of nearly 15,000 miles, federal lands which are roughly 15,000 miles and act as a refugia within the circle. The removal area shown in the red shaded polygon in the last 5 years has averaged 16 bears taken by hunters, 75% of which are guided non-residents. The Mulchatna Caribou herd has persisted at low abundance for nearly a decade after a substantial crash in the early 2000s. There's consensus about the initial cause of the decline, which was likely from density-dependent effects as predicted and stated by previous wildlife biologists. The 2024 population estimate from the summer count was roughly 15,000 animals split between the 2 major groups, the East Mulchatna and West Mulchatna. Combined, this estimate is half of the current minimum intensive management objective of 30,000 animals. Currently, we have over 150 radio collars spread out within the herd, which allows us to detect their movements and spatial extent and aid in our survey efforts. Other fragmented groups of caribou do exist across the range, but do not substantially increase this population estimate. We completed another photo survey of Mulchatna last week and are working on final analysis, but as it stands, the minimum count for West Mulchatna this year was 6,573 animals. In 2022, prior to department implemented predation control, the West Mulchatna minimum count was 4,099 animals. The West Mulchatna was thought to have been around 5,000 caribou in 1965 and just over 6,000 animals in the early 70s. The first aerial survey was conducted in 1974 and estimated 14,000 caribou. From 1984 through 1996, the herd grew to an estimated 200,000 caribou. Over the next 20 years, the herd declined to roughly 12,000 animals in 2017. This high of 200,000 was unsustainable, and that's not the goal we're striving for. From as early as 1992 to 2001, the state's first Mulchatna population objective was to maintain a minimum of 25,000 adults. The first intensive management population objective in 2001 through 2009 ranged from 100,000 to 150,000 caribou, although that's only been met twice across the survey history of the Mulchatna. Thus, the population objective was reevaluated and reduced in 2009 to its current range of 30,000 to 80,000 by the board. The current objective range has been met 7 times across a survey of survey history of 50 years of the Mulchatna Caribou herd. The current key takeaway from the abundance estimate or population estimate is we have not met our intensive management minimum objective since 2008. Our 2015 population estimated just over 30,000 caribou, and you'll see that increase there in the last 10 or 12 years. But previous managers speculated that poor survey conditions inflated this estimate and should be viewed cautiously. Over the course of nearly a decade, from 2011 through 2021, Alaska Department of Fish and Game research biologists conducting a calf mortality study identified bears and wolves as the leading source of mortality across the range. Due to this information, and following that study in 2022, the board adopted the addition of black and brown bears to the Mulchatna Caribou Herd Intensive Management Plan and removal by department staff using aircraft. The department determined that removal of bears and wolves was more warranted in the West Mulchatna, as they were experiencing continued decline to a low-level estimate of 5,800 caribou in 2021. Roughly 90% of calf mortality was due to predation events for radio-collared neonate caribou, neonates being calves. This collaring effort began in 2011, and note the reduction of predation events during lethal removal in 2024. These predation events are representative of all predators, including both species of bears, wolves, eagles, wolverine, and then also unknown predation events. Of the predation events on radio-collared caribou calves, 75% of those were due to bears and wolves. The remaining 25% were due to the other predators. During 2024, during lethal removal activities, department staff documented one bear predation event through the collared sample. And we collared 55 calves last year. This year, in 2025, after lethal removal was stopped, bear predation increased to pre-treatment levels, even after 2 years of department removal. Bear and wolf predation accounted for 56% for the West Mulchatna and for 59% for East Mulchatna. The goal of the previously adopted Mulchatna Caribou Herd Intensive Management Program for department staff to annually remove bears from the calving grounds is directed at increasing calf survival. We determine an estimate of calf survival to 5 months of age from our October composition surveys. From these surveys, we derive a calf-to-cow ratio. Previous surveys have shown poor survival of calves to 5 months of age. The intensive management objective of 30 calves per 100 cows was not met in the West Mulchatna between 2013 and 2022, and the long-term average was 25 calves per 100 cows, below our objective. The lack of meeting this objective was not allowing for population growth by recruiting more calves into the population. The reduction of the primary predators, bears and wolves, in a limited duration and limited area, but with high intensity, is associated with improvement of fall calf-to-cow ratios in the 2 years of department removal in 2023 and 2024. We documented 44 calves and 54 calves per 100 cows respectively. These data are strong evidence of the predator removal treatment having its intended effect. A history of the Greater Mulchatna Same-Day Airborne Wolf Control Program that was established in 2011 was restricted to 10,000 square miles in the Keemuck Wolf Control Area. It has a late opening start date for same-day airborne pilots, and this allows hunters and trappers a period free from competition from the SDA pilots. And it opens on February 1st of each year for SDA permittees. In 2022, this program was expanded further to the northeast to include all of the East Mulchatna calving grounds, which occur in 19B and Unit 17B, and further southwest into Unit 9B, which is primarily East Mulchatna Winter Range. State lands in Unit 18, encompassing the West Mulchatna Migratory Corridor and their calving grounds, were also added. This includes a portion of southwestern Unit 19B, and this is the area where the department has conducted predator control activities. Currently, the Greater Mulchatna Wolf Control Area measures 15,584 square miles. Our wolf control program is one of the more challenging in the state due to the very remote nature and lack of consistent snow cover due to coastal weather events. The red box is where the department has conducted early wolf removal to focus efforts on getting those packs removed prior to the calving grounds. While the West Mulchatna calving grounds have shifted over time, in the last 12 years they have occurred all within the boundaries of the red polygon. Wolf mortality between public harvest and intensive management removal programs has been variable and largely dependent on winter conditions for both hunters and trappers via snow machine. This also greatly affects tracking conditions for same-day airborne pilots. Prices for fuel, distance to the area, aviation maintenance, and insurance are all affecting SDA participation. The winters of 2012, 13, 14, and then 2024 were particularly poor, and that shows up in the lack of harvested or removed wolves, and is likely due to decreased snowfall. Based on Paraguay and Lanceal's 2024 analysis of the removals through 2022, the largest SDA removal in 2011, at best, may have only reduced the wolf population within the control area by 30%. Given that 30% removal rate is typically sustainable for wolf populations, all other treatment years had lower levels of removals. In the large intact areas outside of the treatment area where wolf control is not occurring, we are highly confident that wolf control activities will not undermine the sustained yield of wolves now or into the future. Black bears occur at increasingly higher densities in eastern 17B and then in 19B. Most black bear mortality has occurred from non-resident hunters who will oftentimes use a moose locking tag. Harvest of black bears peaked in the early 2000s, which also coincides with peak hunter effort for moose and caribou in Unit 17. There was a drop in harvest starting in 2008 and 2009 when the non-resident hunting season for the Mulchatna Caribou herd closed. While black bears do exist across the range, we are unlikely to encounter large numbers, especially on the western calving grounds. This is at the edge of their range in an area that has higher brown bear densities. Low-level black bear removals on the calving grounds in the previous years will not have population-level impacts at the management scale. This was well documented from the Unit 19 Intensive Management Program in Sleepmute, where black bear densities returned to pre-control levels within 3 to 5 years. The department considers the sustainability of any species over the long term versus whether harvests and removals are consistent with annual sustained yield rates. It is acceptable for the department to use intensive management to lower the bear population in these GMUs considerably, so long as when removal effort stops, the bear populations can recover. Brown bears, the primary predators of neonate calves, had their densities described by across the state by previous Alaska Department of Fish and Game biologists who compiled various capture mark resite studies. This work broke down bear densities into 3 different categories. Those bears in the interior and western Alaska at 50 bears per 1,000 square kilometers, which, to put in context, is 129 bears per 1,000 square miles. Bears about 100 kilometers inland, so not quite on the coast, but not in interior Alaska, were described at 50 to 175 bears per 1,000 square kilometers. This is 129 to 453 bears per 1,000 square miles. And to look back, it was described as 103 bears per 1,000 square miles was the line transect survey on Togiak National Wildlife Refuge. Bears closest to the coastal area were documented at 453 bears per 1,000 square miles or more. And the authors of that paper speculated and theorized that salmon availability may be the primary reason for the higher bear densities. Using the estimate of 2,800 bears, our average harvest represents 5.4%. The department removal, in addition to public harvest in the years 2023 and 2024, fall within the range of public harvest over the last 25 years. Public harvest is strongly tied to the number of guides operating within the area, and much of which is federal lands and then limited by concessions. There's very few guides operating on, there's 2 brown bear guides on Togiak National Wildlife Refuge, and I believe 0, maybe 1 on the eastern portion of Yukon Delta. This area is very remote, being 100 plus miles from Bethel, Dillingham, or McGrath. The red bar are not harvested bears, but represent the 44 unique bears marked on the calving grounds this year. And just to put that in context with the previous year's harvest and lethal removal combined. This harvest data is indicative that even with seemingly high numbers of bears being removed, it still falls within the sustainable limits because there were more bears harvested in 2011 just by the public alone. We've assessed bear harvests at the regional scale, but particularly those directly surrounding the calving grounds of Unit 17, 18, and 19B. We're using the best available science and data to inform and ensure that our high-intensity, short-duration removal program will not undermine the long-term sustained yield of the greater bear population across the region. In doing so, we've taken a hard look at sustainable harvest rates previously described in Alaska and Canada. Based on the total annual rates of removal, including public harvest, we do not anticipate the overall brown bear population across the Mulchatna Range to be reduced significantly. Even if the overall brown bear population were to be reduced somewhat, we would not anticipate that reduction to affect bears across a large scale. The brown bear population is certain to remain at a level in which it will be able to recover after department control ends. Sustainable brown bear harvest has been described in the scientific literature. 2 areas in Alaska and 1 in Canada will be referenced. The department removal area is highlighted in yellow, and the range of the Mulchatna is in red. The sustainable brown bear harvest was first described conservatively at 5.7% by previous state biologists, and was later clarified as only applying to the female segment of the population. A further assessment in the same area was described in 2020 and estimated a harvest rate of 15% may result in a slow population decline of 2 to 4%. Another study conducted by Alaska Department of Fish and Game in collaboration with the National Park Service described harvest rates of up to 7.7% was sustainable. A British Columbia study described sustainable rates of 4 to 10%. Our current public harvest rates, combined with the last 2 years of department-led intensive management efforts, reflect an annual harvest rate of 7 to 8% and fall short of the reported peak harvest. Previous state biologists who managed bear populations on the Alaska Peninsula in Unit 9 described quality bear hunts as being sustainable at harvest rates of 4 to 6%. Department staff recommend removing every bear and wolf that may impact the West Mulchatna Caribou calves on the calving grounds during the limited duration of the calving period, and only immediately surrounding the calving caribou, which recently represents 1 to 2% of the greater habitat. And it's even smaller when assessing the range of Units 17, 18, and 19, which combined are over 97,000 square miles, so it's southwest Alaska. This makes the department removal area less than 1% of available lands, all of which are undeveloped, remote, and intact, thus having negligible impact on the greater bear and wolf populations at the unit-wide level. There's also considerable federal lands where intensive management activities are not permissible and act as refugia for both bears and wolves. So during the later portion of the calving period in 2025, this is the independent bears that were marked on the calving grounds with unique dye patterns, and allowed us to assess how many bears we encountered versus the number of bears we previously marked. In total, as previously said, we documented 44 unique brown bears during a 15-day period. That was 37 independent bears and 7 dependent bears. There was 1 black bear in there as well. Due to the changes mid-project, after the lethal portion of the 2025 program concluded, staff primarily focused on calf captures, but we did document bear sightings. From May 13 through May 20, 25 bear sightings occurred on the calving grounds amongst the crew. It is uncertain how many individual bears this may represent, because we didn't mark them during that time period. I assessed the number of bears encountered during the same date range of 2023, 24, and the 2025 programs. In 2023, we encountered just under 6 unique bears per day. In 2024, there was a slight decline to 4 unique bears per day, but we worked more during that time period too, just because the weather allowed us to operate. In 2025, we documented 3.5 new bears per day. If we look at the total number of bears we we encountered this year per day, including previously marked bears and new bears that we encountered, it increased to just over 5 bears per day. The previously mentioned and described density estimate of 103 bears per 1,000 square miles was a conservative starting point. Caribou calves provide a short duration, readily obtainable food source for both bears who opportunistically feed on calves and those who specialize in calf predation. For 2025 effort, 55 unique bears were documented on state lands within the 530 square mile search area over a 16-day period, and that resulted in a similar number of bears previously described. This estimate doesn't include the additional 16 bears found on federal lands, but were on the core calving grounds. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Hey, John, thank you very much for that presentation. We have questions from board members. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. I'll kind of start backwards here with my notes. So in that one study, I think it was on slide 27, it was with the scientific review, there you go. So, it has the disclaimer in there, or the quote in there, that they speculate salmon availability for reason for higher density. And I didn't read that report, but I'm wondering almost also, did the scientists suggest that there's higher density of bears in those areas because the denning season's much shorter than it is in the interior? Generally, a bear in the interior is in its den twice as long as something on the coast.
Through the chair, Member Brett, I think that's a reasonable thought. There's longer growing seasons in southern Alaska than there is on the North Slope. It's possible.
Thank you.
Just for the sake of the public, could you explain how you uniquely marked the bears?
We used oil-based dye markers, dye pellets, and so each bear received a unique pattern of an assortment of 3 or 4 colors, and they stood out in contrast to their coat coloration, and so we were able to detect marked bears versus unmarked bears.
Is it the first time that was implemented? Or is that used commonly?
To my knowledge, it's been used on other species, but not on bears.
Cool idea. Any other, Ryan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I anticipate the questions are going to come up. Within the Division of Wildlife Conservation, we have an Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee that reviews any protocols. So once we received the stop order from the court system, we actually spent quite a bit of time running this through that and highly scrutinized, but they did approve it, and we do that with all our projects.
Any other questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back at the very beginning of your presentation, you just made the comment about short duration in specific areas. How long is the short duration of the control program? We're talking about days, weeks? How long of a period did you actually go out there and harvest bears?
Through the chair, Member Loring. Each year we've started around May 10 and to conclude June 5. And then each year it's very weather dependent on how many days we actually are able to operate within that time frame. And that's really done because peak calving is historically about May 17th-ish. And so we start a week before and we go for about 2 weeks after.
Okay. And going over to wolves, you mentioned that that the same airborne program is mostly private pilots, and there's all kinds of variations on weather and price of fuel and aircraft maintenance, that kind of stuff. So, how many wolves do they actually take, and how successful are they really in taking wolves from the calving area or from the area that may be be predatory on caribou calves. Is it pretty sketchy, or are they actually doing a good job of harvesting wolves?
Through the chair, Member Loring, that's a good question. We've permitted more and more people to try and increase participation. We don't have the same type of aviation community that exists in, say, the Valley or Anchorage or the Kenai. It just doesn't exist in Dillingham or King Salmon or Bethel. And even then, the calving grounds are a long ways away. Most of our SDA take comes from the East Mulchatna area, primarily because that's previously what's been adopted in regulation. We did have SDA permittees search and work the eastern portion of Unit 18, but as we've documented across our early wolf removal period, that it's a little bit higher elevation where the West Mulchatna is calving, and I don't think it receives at that time in sort of midwinter, December, January, that there are many wolves necessarily in that country. So right on top of the West Mulchatna, very little. Most of our SDA comes on the East Mulchatna side.
Just a quick follow-up question. Can you kind of detail the program, about how many pilots do you have? Probably, I think don't you permit pilots and gunner teams and that type of thing? And how does that work? And is there any kind of compensation they get other than being able to keep the hides from the wolves they harvest? Or cost, a lot of times you wouldn't think that the cost of fuel to get to the locations, if they only take one wolf or no wolves, would even pay for itself. So is it mostly voluntarily loss of money for them, or is there other kind of compensation besides just the value of the hide?
Through the chair, Member Loring, there is no other compensation. I know that other areas of the state, the native corporations will offer reimbursement for some expenses for wolf and or bear hunters. I believe it's wolf hunters or STA permittees. We don't have anything of that nature associated with this program. Obviously, the department does not have any kind of reimbursement program for that. We permitted 30 pilots last year, and that's been slightly increasing. And it's really just conditions based. So when we get good conditions, there are a handful of individuals that are dedicated to the program, and they will go. But again, if the conditions aren't there, it's just nobody participates.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that report. A couple quick questions here about this. When you guys are out there in the field in the last 3 years, how many caribou have you found that have died from disease?
Through Chair Member Hoffman, that's a great question. When we're out working in the field, it's been 0 or 1 calf that has tested positive for brucellosis. Of the 44 samples that we submitted to vet staff last year, and all the samples we submitted this year on the east and the west, there's either been 0 or 1. I tried to confirm with state veterinary staff today, but if it does occur, it occurs at extremely low rate.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. And so looking at our surveys here, starting roughly 50 years ago, 1974, there's been some public comments about kind of using that as how we should come up with these population objectives. But 1974 versus now, and technology and all that involved in it. What were our survey methods back then compared to now? Because I'm wondering if back then, I'm sure we have way better methods now than we did 50 years ago.
Through the chair, Member Hoffman. So the current method we're using, I believe, was developed in 1998 in Canada. We certainly have access to much more robust GPS data, essentially real time if we ask the devices to operate that way. We generally don't, but there's certainly the possibility that in 1974 They didn't have anywhere near the number of radio collars out, and they certainly weren't GPS collars at that time. So there's the possibility they missed a bunch of caribou, certainly. And, you know, I feel like we have a really good sense of what's going on out there right now because we have so many radio collars. And so we've maintained the same method since 1998. If not previous to that, was all aerial surveys still, but we just have higher detection rates due to more collars.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I'll just, I'll make this really quick. 40 years ago, I was going to go into ecotourism, and I did extensive research about the area because I wanted to be kind of knowledgeable to my clients. And coming across some of that written history, I've seen some early explorers coming through the area, which is now probably Chivac, Tuksuk Bay area. They noted in the skylines on some of those bluffs where they passed caribous for miles. This right now is on the western side where even at the peak of 200,000, there was no caribou over there then. That tells me that that herd pre-70s was probably much higher than 200,000. And you know, we got a village on the lower bay of the Kuskokwim called Tuntutuliak. That means place of caribou. At the peak of that herd, there was no caribou then. So that tells me there had to have been more, could have been more. Because, you know, they don't name it the place of caribou for nothing. So, you know, you know, we're basing, a lot of the people are basing their population objectives on this, and this only goes back 50 years. So that's the point I'm trying to drive away.
Thanks. Director Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to mention, following lines of Vice Chair Hoffman's questions, Dr. Dinreiter is going to get much deeper into the brucellosis disease questions as well as nutrition. So you have a couple more presentations coming.
And Member Batesville.
Yeah, thank you, John, for your presentation. Looking at your slide 18, 2024 and 2025, when you're taking at the caribou calf cause of mortality, did you have the same number of animals inventory in 2024 and 2025? So was mortality less in 2024 and greater in 2025?
Through the chair, Member Batesville, we had a total sample size of 55 calves in 2024. We only collared calves in the west in 2024. And in 2025, we had roughly 3 times that number. We had 81 collared in the east, and we had 74 collared in the west. So we had a much larger sample this year due to Kristen and Evelyn working in the East Mulchatna capturing caribou and another crew in the west capturing caribou.
So this reflects both effort and what you found on the ground then, just in the number that you were analyzing?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the same slide, the bar graph shows several things, and one of them shows the non-predation losses. And what all does that include? Is that I assume it's probably, you know, disease, but what other things, accidents, or just what's all in that?
Through the chair, Member Loring, that could include drowning, certainly abandonment, which could be for a number of reasons. Failure to thrive where the calf was compromised, either due to some sort of limitation on the maternal end or on the calf end, or a birth defect. I believe we've had calves that had, there was a calf last year, I believe, that had a missing eyes or deformed head or something. And so just some abnormalities that occur, in a population of thousands and thousands of animals, some of that is just going to occur.
Okay, thank you. And then I know that we're going to get additional information on brucellosis, but is there any other diseases that out there besides that you guys are encountering with the calves or the adults?
Through the chair, Member Loring, for the record, this is Kristen Denreiter. The vet staff are doing surveillance for other diseases, but there has been nothing returned that is significant. They may have had some positive detections of some other bacterial diseases, but we're not seeing any signs of widespread infection from those, and we're not seeing any response in the calves from disease.
Okay, so nothing like what the sheep are having as far as the pneumonia stuff and?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I would, Member Brett.
Keep cutting you off, Mr. Chair. Back to the first part of your slide presentation, you were talking about wolves, and I believe in 24 or 23, you did get to harvest 14 wolves, which would have been, in the month of May. And then you dropped significantly down the next couple of years to 1 to 5 wolves in that project. I'm wondering, have you accounted for any of the compensatory mortality of taking wolves in May due to, their packs and they're in a denning season? So those wolves that are on the hunting grounds, are sometimes bringing food back to the denning sites so they can feed the alpha female and the pups.
Through the chair, Member Brett, when we've been able to find a pack, generally speaking, especially in the early period, we've been able to get all of the pack, so to our best knowledge. Where we've run into less efficiency has been when the snow recedes into May and our detection and tracking rates are reduced. We're removing only 1 or 2. We're seeing more out there. We've documented more out there each year. We're just not able to remove them. And the ones we removed this year didn't show any signs of breeding. There's nothing.
Well, that my understanding of wolf biology is, the first week of May, or just prior to that, the alpha female or whoever's pregnant, has gone into the den already. They're not going to be running with the pack, hunting food. They're already denned up and having pups by the first week of May. Shortly after that, they have a very definite 60-day gestation period. And so that's why I'm asking the question, is that's a denning season for wolves. Those pregnant females or those wolves that had pups are already in a den by the time you guys are on the calving grounds harvesting wolves. And so that was my question of, because those numbers dropped, and they're kind of like right at the margin, I would believe, for, sustainability. You don't want to probably harvest more than that number of wolves, even though you're going to have, refugia and wolves are going to move in. I understand that too. So I was just thinking of that. I'm a stickler for like when females are having their pups or their babies, it's kind of, a little bit of time of relaxation and let them do their thing. And so I'm just asking that question. Not that, I want to stop stuff and anything, but has the department considered that compensatory mortality during that time of the month or that time of the year?
Director Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, Member Barrett, I don't believe we've, tried to come up with a calculation or something along those lines. However, the board-approved intensive management plan is to remove all predators within the calving ground areas. And I'll leave it at that.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you. I lost my notes here. So the first year of the program, how many bears did we take? Brown bears? 111?
Through the chair, 94 brown bears and 5 black bears.
And the second year?
81 brown bears.
So, and then the third year was 11, but it was stopped short. So with that being said, there's numbers like that. The first year was 94, the second year is 81, and I know there's a lot of factors that can change this, but it's, given that you're just taking bears on a certain area on the calving grounds at a very short period of time, if everything stayed the same, would you expect to take 90 to 70 bears every single year, or is there a drop-off point that you kind of eliminate the bears that are taking calves?
Through Chair Member Hoffman, that's an unknown. You know, each year there's been a refill rate, and we documented 71 additional unique brown bears after the removal of 175 brown bears from that area. And so that's a slight decrease in total number of bears, single digits from year to year. But it's relatively unknown, and this goal is to increase the number of caribou. And so as long as we're increasing the number of caribou, I don't have a numerical reduction at what point I think we would see, 30 or 20 bears with the same effort. I can't answer that.
Go ahead. Through the chair, if I could just follow up on that. This is Todd Rinaldi, Regional Management Coordinator. So, the evidence that we have shows that the level of take currently is sustainable because of for those reasons that you've stated there. The rates are consistent, as we showed in those slides. They're consistent with other areas without removal. And so we did have evidence in the last couple of years that a similar number of bears was finding the calving areas and returning every year. So although there's a lot of unknown, we would assume that behavior would continue and additional bears would continue in filling in the gaps. We do understand that this immediate area is a little bit ephemeral because of the aggregation of calves. So.
Yeah, thank you. And that's kind of what I was driving at, that, from someone who's not a bear expert and just looking at it for just at the numbers, that the first year you take 100 and then maybe the next year you take 50 and then 30. But to me, that tells me there's way more bears than we even thought there was. And that even falls back to the very, very beginning before we even did the program when the department, thought we were going to take 30 or 40. We took 111. That tells me the problem is there's way more bears than we thought initially. So that's all I was trying to get at. There's a heck of a lot of bears to take at that small of a area, removing 100 bears in that small area. Again, you'd think that if there was no bears, there'd be nothing to shoot a couple years later, but they just keep showing up.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through the chair, Member Hoffman. I appreciate your questions along these lines, and I think it really does speak to the sustainability question. One of the things that we were very intently watching for in the first couple of years is that diminishing rate of return, and it never came. And then this year, as Mr. Lanzito pointed out, there's fewer unique bears identified, but there's still quite a few, right? One of the things that has certainly been at least suggested is that we're going to kill all the bears in the area. Well, we just put that to bed. That's not the case.
So my experience out there was on the Coctuli River on the eastern part of this area we're talking about, and I'm going to talk a little bit about slide 17 when we're talking about the different types of predators. We got, brown bear, black bear, wolf, eagle, wolverine. Do coyotes fit into this equation at all? Do you see coyotes in this calving ground? I remember seeing coyotes out there on the Coctuli up in the tundra. Do coyotes prey on caribou?
Mr. Chairman, it sounds like my counterparts to my right documented one coyote on the east Mulchatna calving grounds, which would be north of the Coctuli, but on that side up the Mulchatna proper. We've certainly seen them on the McClung. Pat Walsh, who spoke earlier, has documented them on the Nushagak Peninsula, and we may have encountered one track of them on the West Mulchatna for the first time this year. Mr. Rinaldi, to my right, participated in some of the previous calf work and they did document some, but there hasn't ever been like multiple or double-digit coyotes documented on the calving grounds. And one thing to add is that this year we did swab. There is some unknown predation events that occur. We show up, there's a collar, it's got tooth marks, maybe there's a little bit of fur, but there's no track, there's no scat, there's no carcass, calf carcass kind of left over to present the story of what happened, or no evidence to go off of. And so this year we swabbed the collars for DNA. So some of those unknown predation events may come back as coyote, or wolf or bear, but that's kind of the complete picture on coyotes out there right now.
Thanks. Any other questions from board members? Member Mueller.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, I would thank you for your presentation, by the way, too. Appreciate it. I do have a question regarding black bear mortality, as well as the brown bear mortality. I confirmed with the regulations book that we do have bear baiting out in that area. Is bear baiting numbers included in this documentation that you have?
Through the chair, Member Mueller, we have 0 black bear baiting. It's in regulation. Nobody actually does it in Unit 17. I'm aware of black bear baiting that occurs on the lower Kuskokwim out of Bethel, but that's not really in the area that we're talking about, because that goes further to the north. And then I don't know off the top of my head how much black bear baiting occurs in 19B. That's also a very remote unit, and so I would assume that there's very little, if any.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm if it was in the data or not. Thank you.
Member Brett.
Yeah, just one more comment I'd like to make. It's not necessarily a question, but, I'm really familiar with 20A and 20B on grizzly bear harvest. And I believe in their plan, or our plan in our area, that an 8% harvest rate for grizzly bears is a sustainable yield. And on slide 35 here, it said with all bear mortality in 23-24 was only at 7%. So I can't imagine, with 20A and 20 being right next door to a couple major urban populations, that an 8% harvest is sustainable there, and you'd have more harvest in this area too, and still make sustainability.
Director Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, Member Brett, I'd just add that, we're also talking about overall mortality, not just hunter harvest. That it is sustainable. I just wanted to put it in that context.
What about the brown bear skull sizes in 17B from sport taken brown bears? Have you seen any significant decrease in size or anything?
Chairman Fletcher, not significant. It goes up and down most years. And I don't have that off the top of my head, but I have looked at it, and there might be a slight declining trend, but it's not significant year to year. It remains relatively stable.
Has the Board of sow take by sport hunters remained about the same as well, just off the top of your head?
Member Chairman, yeah, so part of the brown bear management, species management plan for Unit 17 is to sustain at least 50 bears harvested, with no more of the harvest comprising of 50% female. I believe we've exceeded that 50% in 1 or maybe 2 years within the last 10 years. But otherwise, it's usually a 60-65% male dominated take.
Like pulling a tooth and aging them, has that matrix changed at all either, or is it about the same? Or do you guys pull the tooth and age them?
Chairman Fletcher, we do pull teeth. I don't know off the top of my head what that average or trend looks like, but I do know that we harvest bears annually that are 20 plus years old.
Any other questions from board members? If not, that was a great Great presentation. No more members, no more questions? If not, we can move on to the next presentation. Thank you. Does anybody need a little break or no? Are we good? A little break. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. He kind of knows my intent here. We're going to listen to this this next presentation. We're going to ask questions, but then we're probably going to break until tomorrow morning, where we'll start off with the kind of overview. So with that being said, department, go ahead. We'd love to hear it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Kristen Denreiter. I am the research coordinator for Region 4 based in Palmer. And I'm going to be talking about some work that my colleague John Kraus and John Landseedel and I have been doing over the last couple of years. And John has actually been working on this specific herd and area of research in terms of nutrition even longer than I have. And this is the latest information we have. There's been a lot of comment about previous information, data, things that were shared in 2022 that are outdated and or incomplete. And so this right now is our best understanding of what's going on in the Mulchatna Caribou herd with regard to nutrition and brucellosis. And my presentation can be found in RC3, tab 1.2. So the Mulchatna Caribou herd, as we have all heard already, reached a peak of nearly 200,000 animals in the mid-1990s, during which time it supported a harvest of about 3,000 to 5,000 animals annually. And by the late 1990s, the herd experienced a precipitous decline and has not recovered, which has resulted in hunting closures that have had an impact on the many communities, about 48, that rely on this, have historically relied on this herd for subsistence. So what's happened since then is that the herd has not recovered, and that is really what we're trying to investigate. We're not here to talk about why the herd declined. That happened about 30 years ago. We're here to talk about why it hasn't recovered, and that is the focus of our research. But before I get into that, since there's a lot of concern about predation, some may wonder why we are doing a study on nutrition. And it relates to the overall population ecology. And so just a really quick lesson in population ecology is if you're trying to understand the drivers of a population and you've got a population that has declined or not recovering, you need to know what part of the population is causing that bottleneck, or if it's more than one part. And the three big things that we look at in terms of what's constraining that population or causing that, what we call a demographic bottleneck, are adult female survival, which is the most important parameter typically for ungulate populations in terms of predicting growth. We also look at pregnancy rates because they need to have a high rate of production to be able to give birth to calves and then have those calves be recruited into the population. And that's where that calf survival and recruitment piece comes in. So through a bit of a process of elimination and survey and inventory that's been done, as well as previous research, we do know that adult female survival is greater than 90% in the herd over the last about 5 years. Pregnancy rates are also over 90%. And both of those metrics are where they need to be for this herd to grow, so long as this third variable, which is calf survival and recruitment, is at a point that it can support population growth by putting enough new calves into the population year after year. And this is the metric that is most constrained of these three based on our data. And the 25 calves per 100 cows is where we've been averaging between east and west recently, prior to predator control. And that's it's not meeting our population objectives and most likely the demographic bottleneck constraining growth. So that's first we have to identify that bottleneck, and then we have to identify what's causing that bottleneck. And for ungulates, there are three main potential limiting factors that could be driving that bottleneck. The first one is nutrition or habitat. They often go together because ungulates, their nutrition is in the plant community. The plant community is a large part of that habitat. The second factor is disease, which for the Mulchatna herd, our concern is brucellosis. And then the third factor is predation. And the Mulchatna Caribou herd is subject to all three of these potential limiting factors. And that's what we're trying to explore, is which of these or which combination of these are causing issues. And so we decided to focus on the nutrition habitat piece as well as the disease piece for a couple of reasons rather than focusing on predation. First, in order to evaluate whether predation is limiting or regulating, it is necessary to conduct large-scale predator removal experiments. And that's basically what we were in the midst of the last couple of years. The problem with these is that it can take years to remove enough predators to have a measurable effect on the population. And part of the study design includes allowing predator populations to recover and seeing what ungulate populations do before, during, and after removal, as well as once the predator populations recover. And this is coming straight from the NRC recommendations on predator control research and management that have been cited over and over by folks during this meeting. So this is what the experts said we need to do. But because you have to wait for those predator and prey populations to recover to actually do this sort of experiment, it can take decades to carry out these types of experiments to see their full effects. So it's not really practical when you have an immediate need situation to grow the population, which is what we have in the Mulchatna Caribou herd. But in the shorter term, what we can do is conduct cause-specific mortality studies of adults and calves that provide information and insights into what's killing caribou and contributing to a bottleneck. Although these aren't quite as definitive as these predator removal experiments that take decades. The second thing we can do is work by a process of elimination. So if we can work to study what effects nutrition and habitat are having on the caribou population and disease are having, and eliminate those, then we can know that the third item here, that predation is what's creating that bottleneck. Alternatively, we can find that maybe nutrition and disease are interacting with predation or acting alone. And so that's the value of doing this sort of approach, is we can do it on a shorter time frame and use this process of elimination to understand what's going on out there. So in 2023, we initiated this new study to look at nutrition and disease, and we looked at effects on pregnancy rates, live birth, and that's because brucella, or brucellosis is the disease. It's caused by a bacteria called brucella. It can cause stillbirths and abortions and weak-born calves. So we wanted to know whether the cows were getting pregnant, whether they were giving birth to live calves, whether those calves were surviving the first couple of days of life, because that's most likely where we'd see the effects of brucellosis, and then were those calves getting recruited to fall. And at the same time, we're also looking at mom's nutritional condition to look at how it's affecting each of these variables as well. And we also looked at both summer and winter range. And this is unique. It's not something that has been done before for caribou anywhere. It has been done for a variety of other ungulate species, deer, sheep, elk, etc. And what this tells us is if we look at these animals on summer and winter range and what their condition is, we can actually relate that condition to that range that they were on and determine whether or not there's some sort of limitation from that range. And so that's why we look at both, because it's not always winter, it's not always summer. It could be both, it could be neither. And so looking at this year-round gives us that picture. So the study area is a remote area in Southwest Alaska. It spans about 50,000 square miles. It's accessible only by aircraft or boat because it's not on the road system. It's difficult to access even by helicopter. It's got tundra and mountains. The winters in the mountains especially can be snowy, and the summers are short and mild typically. Our study design is what we call a longitudinal study design, and that means we track or follow the same individuals through time. And I say to the extent practicable, because we do have mortalities that happen, and so when an animal dies, we try to replace it with a new animal that we can then follow through time. Our target is to maintain a sample size of 60 animals, 30 in the east, 30 in the west, and we recapture these same individuals twice a year in the fall, typically in October, and in late winter, which would be late February or March. And all of our protocols are approved by our Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee. Now, before I get into the specifics of our study design, I want to provide some background information on a few different approaches to studying ungulate nutrition. This is important because it is important to choose an appropriate approach based on research questions, objectives, and logistics, and that is fundamental to good science, sound science. So we've heard a lot about the need to do a range assessment, and that's because range assessments are a go-to because essentially anyone can do them with very little training. It's very, relatively speaking, easy to go out and clip some plants, weigh them, and figure out how much is out there. And this provides information on the total amount of plant biomass that's out there, which you can use to index food. And you can also look at quality, so the energy and protein content available in those foods. But the problem with a range assessment, or one of the problems, is that we know that animals can't use all the plants that are out there. Especially caribou, they're highly selective foragers, meaning they're picky eaters. There are a lot of things they don't eat. There are some things they can't eat because of toxins, or because they're too low in quality and the animals can't digest them to get enough nutrition out of them. They would effectively lose nutrition by trying to eat those foods. We also don't know how fast these animals can eat these plants that are available, or how much they can eat. Things like how the forages are distributed in space, the structure or architecture of the plant defenses such as thorns, and the size of the bites animals can get on different plants all affect how fast animals can eat. Additionally, insect harassment and predation risk also influence the ability of animals to acquire nutrition. And so a traditional range assessment where you go out and clip plants cannot tell you about how any of these other factors are influencing the ability of the animals to get nutrition. The real utility of a range assessment is after you've used other techniques, such as measuring body fat with ultrasound, and identified that there is likely a nutritional limitation, the range assessment can provide insights into what about that range is limiting. Is it that there's not enough food? Is it that the food is too poor in quality? Is it distributed in such a way the animals can't get it, et cetera? Without detailed foraging observations on animals in those specific habitats that they have available to them, we can't really get what we need from a range assessment to make conclusions about potential for nutritional limitations, because we can't translate it into the ability of animals to gain fat, produce milk, to grow calves, or to reproduce. The animal's body fat and other performance metrics, such as reproductive rates, eliminate the shortcomings of that range assessment. And the animal in that way can tell us exactly what it was able to get out of a specific type of habitat or its home range. And that's what actually tells us to what extent the range is limiting in terms of nutrition. I'm going to not talk too much about tame animals. We use them in range assessments. They can really add a lot of value to a range assessment, but it requires taking animals out into the field, which is not really practical, trying to get them out to the Mulchatna study area. But they can fill in a lot of those gaps for a range assessment, but it's just impractical in that area. But for wild animal studies, when we want to know about the range and whether nutrition is limiting, the gold standard approach falls under the umbrella of the animal indicator concept. In this sense, we use the animal's body fat to tell us about the habitat because the ability of the animal to put on fat is determined by available nutrition in caribou habitat and how well those animals can access nutrition. And it reflects the balance between acquiring and expending energy, so it integrates the nutrition that the animal is expending and accreting. It also has the advantage of telling us how the animals perceive their nutritional environment and what they're actually capable of doing. So this helps address issues about how long it takes animals to find and consume foods, plant structure, et cetera, as well as insect harassment and predation risk that all affect their ability to forage and acquire nutrients. It's superior to range assessment because it tells us, again, what the animals can do with what they have, whereas range assessment only tells us about what's available and can't tell us about how the animals use it. So beating a dead horse, to say it another way, range assessment using biomass provides an indirect evaluation of habitat, whereas using animals as indicators of their environment provides a direct evaluation of available nutrition. The leading ungulate nutritional ecologists agree, and I polled them, so I know this, is that range assessments are best used after animal indicators have shown that a nutritional limitation exists. So now back to our study design. We are using this animal indicator concept to measure body fat and protein of animals. And so what we do is we take an ultrasound out into the field, and we can get a measurement of the fat layer over the rump and or the loin of the animal. If there's fat present. If not, we use a body condition score that has been validated against whole body composition of caribou. So basically there was another study that ground up caribou and sent them to a lab and to figure out how much fat and protein was in them. And then we have equations we can use to relate our measurements to that total body fat and body protein. And we also get a weight on the animals while we're in the field. In the fall, we evaluate animals for lactation status by trying to express milk from the udder, and this tells us whether or not they were still lactating when we captured them, which is an indicator of whether or not they successfully reared a calf to fall. And in March, we also use ultrasonography to check for the presence of cotyledons, which are part of the placenta that indicate pregnancy, but we also use blood tests as well, which agree 100% with our ultrasound results. If an animal is pregnant, we fit them with a vaginal implant transmitter, and that communicates with the GPS collar that every animal wears. And this has temperature and light sensors that trigger a birth alert when the vit is expelled from the caribou. And so it'll say the temperature is too low, it's not in the animal anymore, there's too much light. And then we get a text message and an email that says a birth has happened, and we can go out and we can check the cow and the calf to see, is that calf alive? Was it born alive? Does it look healthy? Is its developmental state where we would expect it to be, relative to its age, because we know when it was born based on the time the vit expelled. And we're really restricted on this in terms of weather, when we can get out there. And so in 2023, we had worse weather than in 2024. So you'll see there's some differences in what we find in terms of unknowns between those 2 years. There's a lot of data we collect in this study. In addition to all the lactation and pregnancy and body fat, we also get a blood sample that we send for brucella serology. And what that tells us is whether or not those animals have an antibody for brucella. And that indicates not an active infection, but whether or not the animal has had a past exposure to brucella. And then what we do with all this information is run a lot of statistical analyses to look at relationships between these variables and look at how all of these maternal factors influence whether or not that calf survives and is recruited to autumn. So our preliminary results for 2023 and 2024 were we captured in the mid-50s of caribou between those two captures. 49% of the females were lactating in October 2023, and our seropositivity, so again, just indicating exposure to brucella, was much higher in the west than in the east. And the same seropositivity was true in March of that year as well. But we noted 96% pregnancy rates among these caribou. That includes among our lactating females. In 2024 to 2025, so our most recent year, we were able to achieve our goal of 60 caribou in our sample. 46% of adults were lactating, so pretty similar to the previous year. And we had a little bit higher seropositivity rates in the west and the east. Part of this was driven by the fact that we were targeting some yearlings that had been exposed to brucella, which our veterinary staff noted was pretty unusual. So we wanted to see if the brucella contracted as yearlings would affect their ability to breed. In February of this year, we had a 94% pregnancy rate among adults, and we had a 67% pregnancy rate among yearlings, and that includes yearlings that had previously tested positive for brucella. And when I say yearlings, I'm talking about animals that bred at basically 1.5 years old and would give birth as 2-year-olds. We don't have the seropositivity results back from those February samples from this year, but we should have those later this year. Our sample sizes change over time, and it can be really tricky to track. Part of this is because we have things happen like collar failures, but also with mortalities. And so the mortalities are what I really want to point out here. 3 of the adult females were killed by wolves, 2 by brown bears, likely, rather than black bears, but just listed as bears. We had 1 starvation, and we had 3 unknowns. And the unknowns occurred simply because this is a really remote area. There's not a helicopter on standby, and we can't always get out there quickly to evaluate these. But several of these unknowns were in areas that were inaccessible to humans, except with a helicopter. So the first results that are significant in terms of the biology of the animals are that we found that body fat of females, of lactating females in particular, increased from fall to late winter. And so the blue bars on the graph are the fall fat estimates, the red are the late winter. and these are for 2024, 2023 and 2024. And then we've got this separated by east and west in terms of the calving grounds and where those animals spend their year, and then by lactating and non-lactating animals. And so we see there's a much bigger jump among the lactators who are entering fall in poor condition, but they are gaining significant levels of fat over winter, almost doubling it in some cases. What this shows us is that lactation is costly. That's the lactators are skinnier than the non-lactators in fall, but this fact that they're gaining or maintaining fat and protein over winter is significant because that's not generally what we think of as the dogma for ungulates. They're supposed to lose condition over winter, but caribou are doing it the opposite. And we found the same thing in our second year of work. And in fact, it was a larger increase, even though we captured the animals earlier. They were captured in February instead of March this year. So a bigger increase over a smaller amount of time. What we also see is that if we know the animal's body fat in October, we can predict how much their body fat is going to change over winter. It's essentially the same with protein and mass. So animals that are fatter tend to lose a little bit, but the skinny animals, which is primarily lactating animals, are the ones that are gaining significantly over winter. And so we know that we can predict that fat change over winter based on what the animals look like when we handle them in October. We also can predict what their body fat in March or late February will be based on their body fat in October. And again, can see that there's likely, the increase is more among the lactating than the non-lactating females. So again, we can predict fat in March based on what their fat was in October. And what all of these results about body fat collectively tell us is that that summer range is important in determining condition in late winter. It's setting them up for what they're going to do over winter. And that fat that they've accumulated over winter is going to be really important during parturition, so when they're giving birth, and early lactation, when there's not a lot of green up out on the landscape, so not a lot of food for them to eat. They've got to mobilize the fat that they have to produce milk and grow that calf. The take home here is it appears that winter nutrition is not limiting. The fact that the animals are able to gain fat over winter is indicative of that. It does indicate that there are some summer range carryover effects in terms of how they come off of summer range is influencing what they do over the winter. We also looked at how nutrition affects pregnancy. And in our first year of data, we were not able to find an effect. The two vertical dashed lines indicate previous predictions of body fat needed to become pregnant in other caribou herds, and we found that caribou were still able to become pregnant even at lower levels of body fat. The one animal that, the one red dot in between those lines that did not become pregnant, she was still lactating when we captured her in March, so she was still expending a lot of energy, and there's hormones that go into pregnancy as well. But we were not able to find that nutritional condition of these females was constraining their ability to become pregnant by and large. Again, we had high pregnancy rates, over 90% in adults both years of the study. 67% of yearlings that we captured were pregnant this year. And these results either indicate something about nutrient flushing, which is that the animals are being put on a high plane of nutrition during the time that they're breeding, or something else about the environment is allowing them to achieve high rates of pregnancy even when body fat is relatively low. We also looked at how maternal brucella seropositivity status affected the ability of mom to become pregnant. In 2024, we only had 2 animals that were not pregnant. Both were seropositive, but again, one of those was lactating. But otherwise, we still had 15 animals that were seropositive that became pregnant. So the vast majority of animals that are seropositive for brucella are becoming pregnant. The same was true in 2025. And for these slides, I'm going to have the 2024 and 2025 results back to back where I can, so I'll just go through them quickly to save us a little time. But the bottom line here is that brucella seropositivity is not affecting the ability of these animals to become pregnant by and large. We do know from the 2024 work that the overwinter change in body mass is influencing birth date. So moms that are gaining more mass are able to give birth earlier. Every 1 kilogram increase in mass gain allows them to give birth a half a day earlier. And earlier born calves from other studies typically have higher survival. When we look at brucella and live birth, we see that all of our calves that we were able to detect in 2024 were born alive, and that includes 14 calves born to mothers that were brucella seropositive. Very similar story in 2025. Many of the calves that were born to brucella seropositive mothers were born alive. There were a smaller number that we just don't know if they were born alive because we weren't able to get out to them fast enough because of weather. But brucella seropositivity in mom is not affecting the probability of whether or not the calf is being born alive. When we look at early calf survival in the first couple days of life, we see from 2024 that survival in those first couple days was higher in the west, where there was predation control activity, than it was in the east. In 2025, we saw that survival was very similar between the east and west when there was much more limited predation control in those first couple days of life. So similar in 2024, or similar in 2025, but higher in the west than the east in 2024. We also looked at mom's body fat in October when she's breeding on probability of that calf surviving the first couple days of life. And we found that early survival is a function of maternal body fat and whether or not she had been lactating the previous year, as well as whether she was in the east or the west. And that body fat is more important for lactating females to increase survival. It's a 2.3 time increase in survival, odds of survival, for a 1 percentage point increase in body fat for lactators compared to only a 1.5 times increase for non-lactators that are just generally in better condition, which explains why the lactators need that fat even more. They're in worse condition, so every little bit helps. We looked at the east and the west relative to body fat and early survival, and the odds of early survival in the west were 2.6 times greater than in the east in 2024. Again, that was where the predation control activity was. And then brucella seropositivity and early calf survival in 2024. Most of the calves that were born to brucella seropositive moms survived the first 2 days of life, proportionately more than calves born to brucella seronegative mothers. In 2025, it was the seropositive and seronegative had very similar survival through the first two days of life for their calves. So what this tells us is that brucella seropositivity of mothers is not affecting survival of calves during those first couple days of life. When we look at those calves that the moms are able to raise through autumn, when we can check them to see if they're lactating still, so if they still have their calf, we see that in 2024, there were almost twice as many calves recruited in the west as the east. And that was a similar number to 2023, and those odds work out to 4 times greater recruitment in the west than the east. When we look at nutrition and maternal nutrition and whether or not she is able to recruit that calf to autumn, we are not able to detect an effect, at least based on the 2024 data. Of course, we haven't made it to autumn 2025, so we don't have results for that yet. When we look at brucella seropositivity and whether or not a cow recruits a calf to autumn, in 2024, we see that more than half of the females that were seropositive for brucella recruited calves compared to less than half of the females that were seronegative for brucella. So the brucella seropositive cows are recruiting more calves. Thus, brucella seropositivity is not affecting recruitment of calves. Okay, that was a lot, so I expect a lot of questions once we get through these last summary slides, but the bottom line here relative to that demographic bottleneck I mentioned at the beginning is, again, we know that adult female survival and pregnancy rates are high. I've just shown you the latest data on those, but calf survival and recruitment is still not where we need it to be, and that is likely the bottleneck that is limiting this population in terms of recovery. what our data also show is that relative to the cause of the bottleneck, there is no evidence that nutrition or disease are limiting the demographic rates or recovery of the Mulchatna caribou herd. And the most likely cause of the bottleneck then is predation. But I want to repeat that because there's a lot of information that's shared to the contrary, and it's wrong. Nutrition and disease are not limiting demographic rates or recovery of the Mulchatna caribou herd. And with that, I would take any questions.
Hey, great presentation. Thank you for that. Questions from board members? I guess I got one to kind of start off with, and I think you're talking about on slide 25, and I might be kind of going down a weird rabbit hole, but you said that there was like something else about the environment allowing high level of pregnancy. Was that correct? Or is that what you said?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any speculation on what that might be?
It could be mushrooms in the environment causing flushing. It could be that somehow these animals are just at a point where they aren't having to expend much energy, so they've got extra energy that's now available for breeding as compared to maybe a couple weeks before that if they're migrating. It's very speculative.
In your experience out there on the landscape, are there areas where caribou work really heavy for minerals in their soil?
Minerals is a really interesting question when it comes to wildlife. We don't know what the mineral requirements are for wildlife across the board. We try to use livestock mineral levels for those, but they are not actually applicable. And I've actually covered this in a couple different book chapters I've written on ungulate nutrition. The livestock have been artificially selected for generations for high levels of production, and with that comes inadvertent selection against certain things. And one of those things is that they have higher mineral requirements. Wild ungulates, there's been some really good work in mountain goats in particular, have mechanisms that they're able to conserve their minerals much better, so they don't lose them as readily as livestock do. They're also able to recycle them better, and they just generally are more efficient at using them. In terms of, it was minerals in the soil? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, keep going. It's my experience, with deer down on Kodiak, with looking at sheep licking a specific rock, and stuff like that, working, their environment for what I perceive to only be like a mineral. They're not like not a caloric intake or anything like that.
Yes. So, and they do, caribou do eat dirt. Definitely we see this with our captive herd as well. And just back to the mineral point with the captive herd, our captive herd is a really good example to draw from in terms of mineral requirements for wild animals. They are fed a ration that is balanced. It was designed specifically for caribou to meet their mineral and energy and protein requirements. And even on that ration, even with trace mineral blocks provided, the animals still have lower than what we would expect blood levels of some minerals. And it's not because they're not getting them, it's probably because they don't need the levels that we see in livestock. And the levels that I say are low in the blood is, again, in comparison to livestock, because we just don't know wildlife mineral requirements. It's very difficult to get them. You basically have to slaughter animals after doing a feeding trial, and they've just never been done compared to livestock, where that's such an important part of the production and efficiency, and so we know them better. But caribou absolutely eat dirt. They will visit mineral licks. We don't have those mapped for the area. But the other thing about minerals that's really important when it comes to wildlife is that they are very rarely limiting. Generally, ungulates are not limited by mineral nutrition. I can think of one example in the literature where they are limited, and that was in California, where deer were limited by selenium, and there was actually an experiment to provide supplemental selenium to the deer, and it increased fawn recruitment. And it was a great study design, but that is the only definitive example of ungulates being limited by, wild ungulates being limited by minerals in North America. Australia is a little weird. There could be some other examples there, and I'm less familiar with those.
And their animals are strange in Australia. Any other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Kirsten. That was really good. Thank you for the tour of the caribou farm there.
What's the significance of doing your captures and samplings in March and October?
In October, we're trying to get them at what we thought would be their fattest of the year coming off the summer range. So that's going to reflect everything they've been able to do from having their calf to that point that we captured them. And so we consider that the summer range. And that comes from a more southern perspective, I'll say, because it's not necessarily summer in October in Dillingham and Bethel. But it tells us about that range that they had access to during the growing season. When we sampled them in late February or March, we're trying to understand what they've been able to do since October, and that's what we consider the winter range, when they're going to be dealing with things like snow, which can restrict access to certain areas of landscape or foods within the landscape. And so we're trying to understand what's going on in the winter range.
So my thought of what I've learned or what I understood for many years, that the best caribou and the fattest caribou are in August.
I believe the bulls are very fat then. We don't handle bulls. But the cows, it appears that's different. And anecdotally, I know talking with biologists elsewhere, not where they've done this type of work, but where they've had hunter harvests, there have been reports that the animals are actually fattest in April. And that's both in Alaska and in Canada.
Yeah, I'll take another one and we'll go. Do you have the ability to take up a body fat sample and then be able to do an isotope study or isotope assessment on it? So, or even with the milk samples that you're harvesting, and figure out what they have been eating?
There was some work by some former Fish and Game staff to use blood and hair samples to look at stable isotopes. And we have a fantastic stable isotope ecologist on staff now. But we are not currently collecting those samples for that purpose, but they can be used. The shortcoming is that you have to know the rate at which the sample is grown in terms of hair or the turnover time of blood to know what sort of period of diet that's reflecting. Caribou typically don't grow their summer coat until about June is when they start, and by July they're growing their winter coat already. So really, if you want to look at any other time of year, the hair is not going to be reflective. It's not going to be a useful sample for you. The summer coat's going to almost be inaccessible to you because it's so fine and hard to get to. And then the winter coat it's grown from July to October, and so it's only going to reflect that period. Blood samples will tell you about a couple of weeks worth of diet, and so you've got to get those right when you want them to understand what the diet was.
What about the milk or the fat?
The milk, again, it's something that's produced rapidly. So mothers are producing milk every day, so it's really reflecting a short-term diet. The fat would be pretty invasive to collect, as you could use a muscle biopsy as well, and that would tell you over a longer time, depending on, again, how they're accreting it. But it's pretty invasive, and so it would be potentially more palatable to do that from hunter-harvested animals.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you. In your presentation, you noted that 67% of the yearling cows were getting pregnant. How does that rate against other herds? And what more does that tell you at that rate?
That's an excellent question. And oh my gosh, I just realized I've been not saying what I'm supposed to say about through the chair. Sorry. Apologies.
No apology needed.
So through the chair, Member Hoffman, the 67% pregnancy rates in the yearlings is what I would call astronomically high for caribou in Alaska. We typically consider caribou not to breed until they are 2.5 years old, giving birth to their first calf at 3. So rates of pregnancy that high are indicative that they are not limited by nutrition.
Okay, thank you. And what percentage, I think I didn't get it written down, but of the cows tested, what percentage of them combined were positive for brucella?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, I don't have the combined overall, but assuming similar sample sizes on west and east, we could weight this and get that for you, or I could add that to an RC as well.
Okay, and then how does that compare to other herds in Alaska, the brucella rate, positive brucella rate?
I would have to check with our veterinary staff on that, which we can do.
Other questions? Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is revolved around recruitment, and in your slide, it's very clear that the brucella does not affect recruitment, body fat is not affecting recruitment. However, in one of the slides, it says the odds of recruitment are 4 times greater in the west versus the east. Can you dive into the reasoning or speculation behind that?
Through the chair, Member Gardner, I'm trying to get to that slide right now. But this one? Yeah. This reflects predation control, undoubtedly. That's the only thing that's different between east and west.
Thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a basic biology question, and I have a few more. When do females stop producing young? How old are they when they just keep going until they die, or what's the average?
Through the chair, Member Loring, great question. We have an animal that was born in 2012, and she's still producing calves. And she's the oldest animal in our study, so at least 13 years old.
And then do caribou twin at all?
It's through the chair, Member Loring, it's extremely rare for caribou to twin. There's very few reports of it happening. And I think part of that is because it's very expensive for a caribou calf to be nursed. We're talking about calves that are born and quadruple or more their birth mass by the time fall hits. And caribou milk is very high in energy, high in fat and protein. And so it's a huge cost to the mom. So I think evolutionarily, it would be very difficult to select for twins.
And another question, you talked about the vaginal inserts that you put in. Could you explain exactly how that's done? And then what information is, other than the fact it's paired to the GPS collar and you know when it's expelled, is there other information that's gained from electronics inside that?
Through the chair, Member Loring, they do have temperature sensors. We typically are not able to get these back. They do log that information, but the radio signal that the transmitters give off, the vaginal implant transmitters, is very weak, and it makes it difficult to find in the field, even with a fixed-wing aircraft doing radio tracking, which is how we find the moms. So one of the values of using these is that we know for sure when the calf is born. So we actually have another kind of side piece to this, where we're capturing about half of the calves born to these mothers, and we know their exact age, and not capturing the other half to be able to compare the effects of handling while controlling for specific age animals, which is very difficult to do if you don't have these tools. The other thing, they provided insights into the duration of calving that we haven't had before. So we now know that calving may start as early, in some cases, as late April in the Mulchatna Caribou herd, and the last calf was born June 19th last year. And so we can also get a really good idea of truly what that peak calving distribution is.
Okay, and so how many weeks before it's expelled as an insert? Is it something like 4 weeks, 6 weeks? What time range from when you actually capture them to?
Through the chair, Member Loring, this year it was about 12 weeks.
Okay. And then one other question about, we talked about unknown deaths and finding a collar with no carcass around, so you kind of had a guess. And then, so you're taking DNA swabs. Is that just something you send into a lab and they come back? It's just nothing's come back in yet? You just don't know what those are showing?
Through the chair, Member Loring, we are doing the DNA swabs for the calves. We have not done that for the adults. We just started doing the calves this year. It was something that we decided to do in April. So it was actually after any of the last mortalities we had, but it's a great thing that we should add to our toolbox for the adults. But right now we are, it's a new fiscal year for us, so we have a cooperative agreement that we're looking to execute with Oregon State University, with a genetics lab there who has expertise doing this work.
So you're looking for like saliva or other types of DNA remnants from the predator, right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions from Board, Vice Chair Hoffman?
Yeah, thank you. One really quick one. It wasn't really covered in this, but when you capture these animals and do these studies, do you look for warble fly infestation type stuff? And because I noticed from hunting them that some are have way more the larva, or I guess inside, and some will have way more than others. And how does that impact them?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, we do try to get an idea of whether or not they have warbles by doing a physical exam, but it's difficult to quantify it in a way that's objective and not subjective and just say, well, this one has a lot or this one doesn't have that many, which is not very scientific. So really it's just a yes or no, and they definitely have them. Usually if they have them, they've got, there's a lot of similarity in the number of warbles that any one animal has. And there is an energetic cost to dealing with a parasite like warbles. Yes, they're being bitten in the summer, but they're growing over the winter. So when we handle the animals in the fall, it's very difficult to see if there's any evidence of warbles, but in late winter you can see their little bubbles almost under the hair.
I guess since we're talking about this, do they get bot flies as well?
Mr. Chair, yes, the Mulchatna can get bot flies as well.
Thanks. Any other questions? Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kristen, I wanted to just check with you, referring back to slide 52. And this was one of your new slides, so just help me to get through it here. Just verification for the chart that's on the left, for your sample of 19 for the did not recruit. Is that based on the calves from 2 years ago?
Through the chair, Member Mueller, yes, this is the calves that were born in 2024, so moms that we tested in 2023.
Okay, thank you. And then is there one for what did you say for 2023? Let me see, go back to it. Okay.
There's not one for this year because we haven't made it to autumn yet, so we don't
Right.
know if they've been recruited.
Okay. And based on that number of 19, is that surprising to you to have such a high number?
Through the chair, Member Mueller, one of the challenges with this data set is not terribly surprising, but the devil is in the details. We have much higher rates of seropositivity in the West than we do in the East, and we have much higher mortality in the East than the West, at least in this year. So there is a little bit of that at play here, but the bottom line is we still have plenty of seropositive mothers recruiting calves.
Yes, great, thank you.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just two questions here. On page 19, I seen there's, a pretty large confidence level in between your confidence bars. And I'm asking, is that something normal, or it's just something new and we just have a lot of flexibility in the data that we collected there?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, my apologies for the confusion. These are not error bars. This is a box plot, so it's showing the distribution of all of the data. And so it's showing a lot more detail on how those data are distributed than the error bars would show over a mean. And then
Just one other one, I was somewhat confused on page 32. You made the suggestion that 1 kilogram of body mass equals a half a day earlier birth. How did you determine that if you don't know the day of the pregnancy?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, it's not that we are looking at the day of the pregnancy, but the day they give birth. So we have not controlled for breeding date, which is what you're asking about. This just tells us there's a relationship between mom gaining nutrition over winter and being able to give birth earlier. There is some data from reindeer that suggests there's actually a compensatory response in terms of if you breed later, you have a shorter gestation than if you breed earlier.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for that presentation. I know that I told you this a couple times before. This is really, really cool, exciting study, and I look forward to seeing what it in the future as it unfolds too. I really appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, may I add one more thing?
Yeah, sure.
That I forgot till right now, sorry. We didn't have an opportunity to present data on calf weights from all the calves that we've captured. I think it probably just got lost between John and I trying to cover a lot of ground together. But one of the big things we see in Mulchatna is what I colloquially call monster calves. The calves that we're capturing out there are gigantic by comparison to all other herds in the state. Our average calf mass in the east this year was 8.7 kilograms, and that is indicative of a mother that was in good nutrition giving birth to a robust, healthy calf. And it's really important when we think about all of the data that we presented and really the story of nutrition and disease and what's going on out there. These calves are in better shape than any other calves anywhere in the state when they're being born. And that includes our captive herd as well. Our average was, we had one preemie and one full-term calf, and our full-term was 7.7 kilograms, so a whole kilogram smaller. Which is a huge difference to an animal that size.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. What about the West?
Through the chair, member, I think John is maybe trying to work on getting the West numbers, but they were very similar overall.
Oh, thank you.
Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will you be able to provide that information to add to the presentation?
Through the chair, member Mueller, we can RC that information for sure. And John said they were 8.8 kilograms average in the West.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Any other questions from board members? If not, we'll come back on the record at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and we're going to get the sustained yield and predator IM overview, and then we'll go into deliberations. We have a lot of new RCs here, and I know our board members are going to be tearing into those, but thanks a whole bunch for everybody's hard work today, and thanks for everybody who came to testify. Once again, 8:30 tomorrow morning.